We've had 2 so far from 10 different gift subs. But Hunavira, thank you very much for the 18 months. I am trying to recover my sub count a little bit because it's slow season and I don't quite have the physical energy to do a subathon. So, but Twitch chat, if you want to help with the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, here's a link. And please go leave a like on it. And if you want to lurk over there, you can. You can also just say hi YouTube because I'm starting the recordings now. And we're gonna go play some Dwarf Fort. We're gonna continue the fortress from yesterday and all the usual stuff. And as always, if you haven't yet, please leave a like and a comment on the Gremlin video because it's doing mighty well. It's the best performing video I've had in recent history. By that I mean like in the last 6 months. So it's doing very well. Very happy about that. Oh yeah, I remember there's Dark Ages, which I think is fully just only on Steam for major Dwarf Fortress mods. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there's very few like in the total overhaul mods on Steam. So the fortress is kind of bloody, and they've been refusing to clean it up, which is a wee bit annoying, but I'm just trying to compensate for it. One of the dwarves that was the cause of a lot of the blood that's everywhere is now dead, which is nice. And I'm very happy about this. Currently, we are under siege with zombies, and I've locked us underground to try and recover my military, amongst other things. The way I locked us underground is with this drawbridge. This is the only way to the surface. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend a whole year with, you know, the 113 dwarves that we have or so, trying to fix moods, rehabilitate the fort a little bit, build a new set of squads, because I basically lost most of them. As you can see, we're pretty sparse. This is a squad of recruits right now. And then I'm going to build this into an actual functional defensive like way into the fortress because right now it's not. It doesn't go to the surface, it just goes to the caverns. And I want to have 2 ways to the surface. I want to have that stairwell, which I can open and close with a lever, and then a secondary one that's just going to go all the way up to the surface around here somewhere. So we're doing that today. I'm working on the entryway here. Gonna try and keep the dwarves slightly saner, and we're just going to ignore that siege because there's not that many of them, but it is undead. So I think there's literally 2 of them. It is undead, and we're just gonna not worry about them. No, there's 3 of them actually. Although one of them's just a hand. How handy. We're just gonna let them be until my defenses are ready. So that's it. That's where we're at. That's the thing. Hey, Bone Doll. Did you change Bone Dolphin, right? Well, congratulations on the new name. Is that the game about boats? Yes, naturally. Very much about boats. We're taking a boat from here to Dwarf Hala. I've also renovated my tavern a little bit. It's quite a bit larger now, which I think is lovely. We are still training giant tortoises. We've still got our, giant rock. I just about witnessed a car accident. And we have, we've moved my clothing industry down here. This is the rocket battery for the railguns. This is kind of an overview of the fortress itself. We do have rhinos over here, and they are, in fact, capable of breeding, I think. Yes. So there's that. I kind of just flooded my well, and somebody kind of just drowned in it after I specifically drained it to stop that from being a problem. So I'm going to have to drain it again, get that body out of it, and then flood it again. Rolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you, man. And helping keep this channel funded. This is a sponsor-free channel. I am completely crowdfunded. So even though I do make money off of YouTube, ads and stuff, the vast majority of the money I make is off of Twitch subscriptions and YouTube memberships and memberships to my blog. So thank you very much for that gift because you keep me trucking along here. Why not let the body stay? Because it'll bother me forever. And it's not that hard to get it out. I mean, literally all I have to do is dig a channel from here to over there, basically, and then put a pump here, and then just pump it out and then refill it. That's all I need to do. So it's not going to be hard to fix it. So I'm just going to fix it. This down here is going to be my new farm. It's going to be where we farm. Currently, all of my llamas are starving because apparently they don't have enough grass down here yet. So I'll have to move them back up. God damn it. So llamas, we'll just move y'all over here. Bah. But currently, we need to read through the dwarves that are alive. And the dwarves that are not. We've got Havoc, who is the captain of the guard now, who's very, very happy. Loves his life. Bert, who's very upset. We have Red Fogel on YouTube. Twitch is dead, by the way. Died in the military. We've got Darksan. We've got the Devilish Potot. And we've got Ice Blue. I almost said Icebreaker for some reason. Andre. Ilmirin just redeemed a dwarf. Got it. Hashtastrophe. Stormwolf. Ender Bunny. Bilug. In varying levels of happy and upset. We got Gorge94. Elfie Bean, who was a gifted sub. Arende, who's the first funeral and mayor. We got Origin64. Deep Space. And we've got Mr. Ricky. We've got Raikalu. We've got Sideburns. Continuing to scroll down. We've got probably Jody, who's kind of mid-levels of happy. We've got Snail. We got Swaggin, who's one of my medical dwarves. We got Croc, who's my bookkeeper. We've got Freeways, Midnight the sequel, who I want to say is married to one of my scholars. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like... No, sorry, Midnight is married to another dwarf in the fort, who's also named. Crane the Happy, who is not thrilled currently, but also not unhappy. We got Ray Lee, and we've got Clockwork Dragon. We got Demon Stir, Corpse Man. The most recent Babbied in the Fortress, which is Kick Roast. And that is everybody. Well, you're not upset, but you're also not happy. You'd like an animal trainer or something. Those are your options. Although Ice Blue is the pissed off one. So which one would you like? Any that are not the angry one who's Ice Blue. Blasting some music and you can feel it? Oh no. Yes, Corpseman. I think you were gifted a dwarf. I think somebody gave you a dwarf. I'm also gonna go put on a hoodie because I'm a little chilly. I am wearing shorts today, which may have been a mistake. I don't know. You want the bottom one? Well, they're all male. They all have beards. The one at the bottom is the happiest, so you can have the happiest. Have you had a dwarf in this fort yet, Ilmirin? The ones that I feel like making into a video. Me getting an idea and having the energy to make it. Because making videos the way I do, I record like 4 fortresses for every one that becomes a video. At this point, is more and more what it's looking like. Because I do about maybe 2 forts a month. And I make a video maybe once every other month in that format because it takes me like 60 hours to make one. Like, I've been plucking away at that Gremlin video now since mid-February. So, you know. Ilmirin does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is often sad and dejected, and does not trust others. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to avoid crowds and often is cheerful, and tends to think before acting, and is stubborn, and he exhales sharply when he gets angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, I mean, the VODs exist as an archive, right? The VODs are always just going to be for that specific person that doesn't care about interacting, that just wants to have something in the background. They're also there so that I have an archive of my own work, because YouTube is the most consistent place to archive that sort of thing. They're meant to be watched live, right? I mean, some people will try and watch them, and I understand that the YouTube videos are easier to digest, but I'm one person. And YouTube doesn't pay well enough to hire an editor, and I stream almost 40 hours a week most weeks. So between editing and streaming, I can only do so much, right? YouTube is the opposite of consistent what? He dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools, and thinks that introspection is valueless and a waste of, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools, values romance and respects perseverance, and values nature. Maybe I have a substance abuse problem. Well, we're humans. These are dwarves. With dwarves, it's built into their blood, like alcohol structure. We're 70% water. Dwarves are 70% booze. He likes magnetite, nickel, and aquamarine, as well as hair leather. As in like a bunny rabbit, a hare. Not hair. Anyway. He likes the color chocolate, the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and when possible prefers to consume a large roach, potato wine, and finger millet flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Yeah, it was fun to collaborate with him. He was very quick about sending the lines over too, which was great. Although I did all of the high-pitched gremlin sounds. That's me. Vaughn's voice is Vaughn's voice unedited, basically. You just bought Dwarf Fortress through the Steam sales. Hello, fellow Gregory. I am also a Gregory. How should you get some ideas on some cool builds that a beginner can do? You think that the lack of imagination required... I think you lack the imagination required for this game. Build things that you think look satisfying. That's it. But focus on one thing at a time. Don't worry about being too ambitious initially. So first learn like basic food and farming and brewing. Then learn clothing management. Then learn maybe military management. And work your way from there. One thing at a time. What? Dig, dig, dig! Or whatever he says. Yeah. I just wanted the gremlin's voice to drop. And I was trying to do voices where I'm like, you know, Cravan Galactic would be good for this. I need more cabinets, Jesus. Did I queue up cabinets? No, I didn't. You love how specific dwarves are and their likes. You get it lore-wise with stone, but I wouldn't even know the difference between more than cow and young cow leather and calf leather. Well, I mean, you have specific likes and dislikes in real life. Makes them believable characters. That's all. And I like that about it. What's the worst that could happen? They kill each other. I mean, that would be like telling all of the people and humans that you know, congratulations, you can no longer drink water. You have to drink vinegar. That's the only thing you're allowed to drink is vinegar. That's basically what you're telling them if you're trying to send your dwarves to rehab. So that's not good nor healthy for them. Look at the Mark's Dwarf training. You love to see it. Mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his intellectual values and change his personal tendencies. Of what? Accepting remembering trauma became slower to hate and learned to disdain sacrifice. Glad you liked it, Dulkin. Glad you liked it. Don't forget to leave a comment if you haven't. Well, at least, so it chats, both of you. We need some, like, love for this fellow member of the Dwarf Fortress community, Thiru, in YouTube chat, who says, giving me the Dwarf Fortress itch when my computer is broken. Well, at least you can live vicariously, temporarily. Best of luck getting that computer repaired. Also, what old clothing do you have? Trousers. What am I making trousers out of? I think I'm making too much stuff out of silk, actually. Yeah, I am. Most certainly am. I think I need to extend this a little bit. Because we are making tons of llama wool cloth now. But, like, we're going to be short on silk. I like how not Tolkien-ish Dwarf Fortress is because it makes it unique and interesting. I think that a lot of fantasy settings just kind of fall into tried and true tropes, which I don't like actually very much. I think this is also we talked about fantasy writing a bunch yesterday, and just fiction. And I think that might be the reason a lot of people really like Pratchett, is because Pratchett manages to circumvent a lot of expected tropes, which I think is part of what makes Pratchett interesting. Yes. Shereth, unless you're quick enough, but the speed of resurrection varies pretty wildly. Well, you said you love how Tolkien-ish it is, implying that it's similar to Tolkien, but I suppose, yeah, I mean, I'm saying I like the dissimilarities to Tolkien. But that's about it. Did you intend to write Cooper? Is there any good use for copper? Yes. Here's the thing that you need to know about copper that most Dwarf Fortress players hate me saying. Yo, shields, it doesn't matter what material they're made out of. You can make wooden shields and they're as effective as iron shields, with the exception of whackability. So if you make copper shields, they'll be just as effective as iron. Jewelry, if you have shit tons of iron and everything's iron, just use jewelry. Make them into jewelry. That's really all you need. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really good video game design discussion out there, and like board game discussion about how fantasy is just sci-fi, except instead of laser guns, it's fireballs, right? I mean, Star Wars is indiscernible from fantasy if you just like replace lightsabers with magic swords and like, you know, knights and such for Jedi. indistinguishable is probably the word I'm actually looking for, not indiscernible. Let's go grab a bunch of farmer shops. Except let's not make these out of rock salt. Let's make these out of, let's make them brown. I mean, iron shields are probably better. I mean, yeah, I make copper pots and barrels, copper mine carts. I like making copper bins, actually, because, well, bins are very useful, and, like, honestly, people don't use them enough. The thing that I really like about bins that I think is maybe undervalued is that bins can be a very handy thing to stack items, right? But if you have a very large stockpile of bins, something that is extremely underutilized is just melt the bin and you get all the items out of it immediately. So if you want to get a bunch of stuff out of a bin for some reason, a very easy way to do that is just melt the copper bin. So bins are one of my favorites, actually. Blue fort look good. You know, it's... Microcline is funny to me because microcline is one of those materials that has some shady history in the Dwarf Fortress community. Because it used to be so bright that it would hurt most people's eyes on most modern monitors because Tarn was using a slightly burnt out monitor and the specific shade that he made it, like, was eye-fryingly bright, to the point where, like, players would just, like, refuse to use it. And so it was called, I saw it referred to as Fool's Adamantine a lot. Now it's just a nice shade of blue, but for a good while there, a lot of people really hated it. Yeah, it was hyper bright cyan. All right. It was also good then. Maybe on your monitor, I changed the color of them to be less intense. I dulled it down a little bit. I think we can also just put clothing in this stockpile. Kind of want to make a dyer workshop, but I don't really actually have the stuff for it right now. I mean, I could make a dyeing industry. I wouldn't be against it, but I think for right now, we'll just chuck you in there. Okay, that's my upgrade to my clothing industry and also my thread spinning industry. So we should have a significant increase in that. And then if I go to clothing, we're making silk dresses, silk socks, silk shoes, silk shirts, silk loincloths. I might just swap out all of this with yarn. All of it. And also those 2 jobs, because I'm going to get rid of that workshop anyway. So, yarn, loincloth, yarn, dress, yarn, trousers, yarn, sock, yarn, shoe, yarn, glove, yarn, mitten, toga? What else are people wearing? Robes? Cloaks. Yes, cloaks. I think those will make out of silk. And I'll just say we'll do 25. Maybe 50 quarterly. I'm not even going to worry about how much supply we have. It's going to take us a little bit to get through this first order, but we'll clear it pretty quick. The one thing I'm slightly concerned about right now is getting attacked by a were creature. Or not a were creature, Forgotten Beast. It's my biggest concern currently. I'm very worried about that, actually. As a reminder, it's 11 o'clock. Between now and noon, for every 5 gifted subscriptions, I will gift 1 additional subscription. We have currently 11 in the bank. So that's 2 subs I will gift at noon. Here on Twitch. So if you want to help me get that number closer back up to where I like it to be, which is closer to 800 to 1,000, you can do that, and I'll throw a little bit on top of it. What did you miss? Me fiddling with some clothing orders. That's about it. It's a great dire workshop of mudstone skin. Beware its silky socks. I mean, that's a great Forgotten Beast as far as I'm concerned. I don't see the issue here. I don't really like this back hallway. I think it's very ugly. But, like, this stairwell's kind of the problem, to be honest. Like, maybe I just move these. Darren, thanks for chucking an additional gift on top of the pile. Appreciate you, man. I disable Cavern invaders because I don't like them. I don't think they're a fun challenge, JJ. But yeah, no, I just accept there's gonna be losses in all forts because if I play any other way, I find it kind of boring. And besides, I like getting attacked by random little animals in the caverns instead of like dozens of amphibian men or whatever. I don't find that to be a fun challenge. Some dwarves like them for their shells. True facts. True facts. Lord Emperor King Marza, thank you for the additional gift. 2 more, and then I will have to gift this up. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'll pause game. And also, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, YouTube, folks. I do appreciate that. Also, Spider Jesus? All right, then. Spider Jesus got gifted a sub. I'm like, oh, that's a username. Your Baron liked rabbits, so you put a pasture in their throne room? Have you made any of them available as pets, Renbird? Forgotten Beast name I've never heard of. Sure, fair enough. Same as Spider Pig. Also, there's just like this right here. I should probably just grab that. And these are stumbling around obliviously. Also shearing stray llamas. Working on that llama wool because there's so much of it. Working on so much clothing, which is good. And I'm gonna need a better place to store clothing because this is a bit cluttered, honestly. This down here is just a mess. But this is drying. Once this is dried, we can get this corpse out of here. How big is a good thought from seeing the animal they like? If a dwarf likes an animal, they don't get good thoughts from seeing one they like. If a dwarf likes an animal, they're more likely to claim it as a pet if it's available as a pet, which gives them good thoughts when they interact with it. So like petting it, as an example, would be them interacting with a pet and getting a good thought from it. Rigged? Well, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you can't win them all. Yeah, I think I'll also just make this into a clothing shop. Except for maybe the lowest quality. And we'll leave it at that. It's gonna be a lot of tasks all of a sudden. Most likely. Not even considering the fact that there's also like all of this hallway construction going on here too. I could just dig through this. Yeah, we'll just dig through this for right now. Because I do want to keep that well there, but they don't get jealous, but yeah. Anyone got tips for encrusting and decorating crafts without them working on the same item over and over and over again? Specify the type of... Can you? Without doing... Basically, they'll do one type of item per cut. So if you, say, encrust finished goods with cut gems, you can specify gem. Yeah, you can. So if you specify the gem, then like let's say amethysts, right? And then go into here and then specify type. This will be what they encrust it with. So if you say just, okay, let's just cover it in gems and cover furniture with amethysts, right? And then I could tell them to repeat it. Then they'll only use amethysts. And then and because I've specified the type and because I've specified the gem, they will only do one decoration, right? If you allow them to just do whatever, they will encrust it with one of every gem. And I think they may also do multiple types, but if that makes any sense. Which I hope it does. It's huge, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly helpful. I'll tell you that. It is certainly helpful. This is going to be a busy stockpile. I mean, look at that. Also, chat, I'm going to extend my sub matching thingy to Prime subs starting now. So check your Prime subs. Help this channel stay funded. I mean, I still learn new things about it, and how many hours do I have? Actually, I should have just... Game overview. 3,039 since Steam launch. So, God knows how many in total. This is quite the little pants factory. Sage, thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. One more gift or prime, and then I have to gift 3 subs in an hour. Just got a recommendation from one of my streamer pals. Oh, what, Percuss? Is that what that shout-out was about? I saw that. Here, I'll shout out Percuss. We'll also count normal resubs as well. So I'm matching subs for the next hour basically. So it was 1, 2 that I needed to add on top of that. 3, 4, 5. So I'm up to a 5-pack now. Thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs, DS. Nimlark, thanks for the 24 months total. Sage, thanks for the 13. And Diamond, welcome back for the 45th month. The way to train gem cutting and setting is to either, if you want to spit one specific dwarf anon for, just tell them to go cut rocks. Also, it looks like that siege finally ended. Huh, okay. Just tell them to cut rocks, like polish stones, because that'll train gem cutting. If you don't want to tell them to polish stones, the second option is to tell them to, I'm blanking. The second option, if you don't want to tell them to polish stones, is to just build a gem cutters guild and make it public, and then everybody will get some skill. But if you want 1 or 2 dwarves to be specifically good, just tell them to cut rocks. Josh, the 123, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. The reason I'm pushing for subscriptions a little bit is because I did kind of take a week and a bit off of streaming to make that Gremlin video. And so I'm trying to catch back up to where I was, because you do have a lot of drop-off in this industry, so. Would you be all right to talk about streaming in general? That's like 20% of my stream content. Why? What do you want to know? Can I get another way up here that looks less crappy? Yes, I can. But right now might not be the best time to ask specific questions because chat's a little busy. Bubblehead, thank you for the 5-pack. I'll count these up at noon. It depends on the time of day, Arthur. I don't know, I'm old. If you're asking for advice on how to get into streaming, don't, is my advice. If you want to stream, stream. But, oh shit, they finally cleaned up all the crap. Don't get into streaming expecting to make money, if that's what you're asking. What you should do is just start streaming. And don't make money. Just enjoy it. Because nobody cares about you and nobody wants to watch. More of how did I start off? So I have a question. Why do you want to know? Like, I'll answer these questions, but when someone just pops up with very, very pointed, specific questions about my history, I want to know why. Because, like, I don't know you. You're not a member of this stream, really. You came from Percuss, which is cool. Thank you. But I don't know you, nor do I know anything about you. And information is valuable in this industry. And I have an audience that I'm entertaining and a stream that I'm running. And this isn't a topic I'm currently discussing. So if you pop into my chat and 5 pointed questions about why, how you got into this industry. Okay, why? It would be very funny if you heard the ambulance that just went past. But anyway. Well, okay, cool. If the conversation comes up later, I will discuss it. But right now, I have a fortress to run and a hype train to refer to. So I'm not going to respond to your questions for a little bit on this subject. It's nothing against you personally. It's just I don't really want you to pop in and steer the stream in a completely different direction. That's all. Space, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. No. Dwarves learn the teachings from the guild if they are participating in the demonstrations happening in the guild and on foreign YouTube chat. And thank you, Space. I greatly appreciate that, dude. Thanks for sticking around as long as you have. It means a lot. I may actually rip out these tables and then redo them. My mayor's been re-elected, and it is trading season. I mean, sure, but it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not your personal information broker. I love talking about stream and my stream's history with people that, like, already have a little bit of context to it. And if you pop in specifically seeking specific information, I'm not always going to be the most receptive to answer your questions. Especially when it's just like, recount your personal history. Like, that's an hour-long discussion. And currently there's a level 4 hype train. I'm gonna have to match a bunch of subs, and I'm trying to play Dwarf Fortress, and also answer questions in 2 chat rooms about the video game that I'm currently streaming. So it's just like, I don't know, man. Timing is pretty key when it comes to these kind of discussions. Like, it's nothing personal, but... DF hacks auto train saves you there. Oh man, that's so fucking gnarly though. You're not even playing the game though. I mean, hey, if you want to play Dwarf Fortress like an idle game, it works, but... The automated tasks in DF hack annoy me so much when DF hack updates and sometimes re-enables them, or when they enable new ones. I'm just like, why are you playing my game for me? Stop it! But I'm weird like that. I know a lot of people find those useful, but it just irritates the hell out of me. All right, what else do I have that I could sell them? This should be fine to sell. Let's just double check. Yeah, that'll be fine. Chat, answer Christian Dan's, or Christian Dan? Christian Dan's question for me, please. Thank you. You're loving the checkered pattern. It's me taking advantage of that use previous material tool that they recently added. Chat room. I'm currently matching subs. I'll have to count them all up at the end of the stream, but I was doing it initially for every 5 gifted subs. We'll just say for every 5 subscriptions, I will gift 1 tier 1 subscription, ending in 45 minutes. Currently, 10 subscriptions need to be tossed into the subscription bin to level up the hype train, which would cause me to gift 2 more subscriptions at noon. I'm trying to reboost my sub count because I had to take a week off streaming to finish the video that just released. Accurate response. Gorge, accurate response. It is awesome, yeah, Brugan. It's great. Very big fan of that fix. You play on Steam Deck? No, you know, honestly, that's actually an instance where because like, you know, the Steam Deck is such a different control scheme to like playing with a mouse and keyboard. It almost like, in a way, would need I hesitate to use the words console port because that'll probably not happen in any meaningful way anytime soon. But you would like, having conveniences like that when you don't have a keyboard and mouse makes sense to me. Less jobs to queue up and whatnot. I'll put it this way, Chris and Dan. You're here because you want to know my streaming history. That's awesome. Cool. You know very little about this game. That's fine. You're interacting so that I will answer the questions you want me to answer, which I don't really want to answer because you popped in randomly to grill me about my history in streaming. If you want to interview me for a newspaper, send me an email, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. If this is just personal curiosity, you're not going to get the outcome you want, unfortunately. I'm going to have to be as blunt with you as possible as I can. Not today, anyway. If you catch me in the right mood, probably. But not today. Thank you very much for the Hype Train chat. 24 subscriptions. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost. Gifted subs. Number go up. And like the question that you asked about how far did you get into the game, I don't want to laugh hysterically in your face, but I've been playing this game on and off since 2009. So, Lamau. That's all I have to say to that question. He's almost at the second level. Yeah, we need a little bit more XP to get to level 3. I don't think so, Brian. In YouTube chat. Brian in YouTube chat says, did they even look at your YouTube channel? No, I mean, I got a shout out from Perkuss, who's a great streamer. You should go follow Perkuss, by the way. P-E-R-K Cuss. He streams vintage stories. Good dude. Apparently started streaming because of my stream too, which is interesting. So you should go follow Perkuss. So no shade thrown at Perkuss here, but I'm not gonna do that on behalf of one person. Yeah, I've killed a couple million, maybe probably not a million, 1,000 goblins. Is each cavern layer a level? It's a very hypothetical question. That was the first time I touched DF. Can somebody physically touch a digital product? I'll humor that question and not get philosophical. 2009. Because I just beat Ancient Domains of Mystery, also known as ADOM, for the first time by cheating and save scumming massively. It was not a legitimate win, but hey, I'll take it. And a friend of mine in Ventrilo, while we were playing Counter-Strike Source, said, oh, you finally beat ADOM? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, well, if you're looking for something new to play in Q, because it was while we were waiting for games, Q specifically because we were also playing Heroes of Newerth at the time, to know what year it was, he was just like, well, you should try this, and sent me a link to Dwarf. And then I played it for about 90 seconds and said, this is fucking stupid, and then deleted it because I couldn't figure out how to start a game. But it planted a seed and it stuck. I'll wall in the trade depot and wait for them to finish because I do have like food for 13 dwarves. What do you mean wall in the trade? They won't trade with you after 3 months. Like when they decide to leave, they'll stop trading. Holy shit, they brought aluminum. You don't see that very often. Also buy that raw glass because I'm too lazy to make my own generally. What else did they bring? They brought the cockatiel. No, thank you. Horse's milk, carrot wine. Black mamba venom. Excuse me. I'll take everything but the mamba venom, thanks. Also take the buckets. Yeah, you know what, screw it. I'll buy their cloth. Because I can, and it's not that expensive, and I have too much money in game currently. A premium used clothing store. Can you use venom? Not in fortress mode. You can, it's kind of funny, you can coat weapons with venom in adventure mode and it will kill them, but a lot of the venoms take like 8 to 12 hours to actually kill your foe. So like if you stab somebody with a sword like covered in venom, and it will throw out the statement that I'm making this number up, it would take 4 hours for the venom to actually kill them. You will have stabbed them to death, or they will have stabbed you to death long before the venom takes any kind of real effect. So you can use it in adventure mode, it's just not that practical, I guess. It's fun. I mean, it's the real use for venom is actually for like non-player entities who will like coat their weapon traps in venom, and then your adventurer cuts their leg and you're like, well, I'm dead now, basically. That is the real use for venom. Blowgun hit and run? Totally. I mean, if you want to assassinate a king, you know, just like stab him in the arm with a knife coated in like, I don't know, viper venom or something, or I don't know, some other venom. Let's say helmet snake venom, and then you just run away, and then you read the legends about how they died of suffocation. Yeah, they're just also fun fact. It was just on the screen, but the venom that they bring, they're not bringing venom expecting me to use it. The way the game decides how to bring liquids in barrels is they have a set amount of barrels based on that faction's value and how much they feel you want stuff that comes in barrels, and then the game just assigns random liquids to barrels that would normally be stored in barrels to the barrels that they're bringing. So essentially, the game is just bringing random liquids in barrels. So just because the game is bringing it as a trade good doesn't mean the game actually expects you to use it, nor does it mean that the game actually has mechanics to support that item as an item for you to use in fort mode. It just means that that's what the game selected for that trade caravan to have that time. Could design an enclosure to use a forgotten beast with deadly dust to dust your arrows. You know what you're better off doing? Making a thin hallway and trapping a deadly dust forgotten beast in that hallway to just coat the enemies with dust itself. Like, there's a lot of things you can do in Dwarf Fortress that are so wildly impractical, there's no reason to actually do any of them. That's a lot of this stuff. Especially a lot of those old things. A lot of those strats were made and like, you need to look, like, assuming you're reading it on the wiki or the forum posts, you need to look at the date that strat was that somebody came up with that, because it's also possible that a strat was invented and then that mechanic has been rebalanced 4.5 times or 4.5 dozen times since then. So like, not only is that like impractical and silly now, but also pointless in the grand scheme, is often what ends up happening. So you'll have people that will come up with a strat in 2012 that works one way, and then poison balance gets changed in 2016, and then changed again in 2019, and then changed again in 2021. And I'm pretty sure Putnam changed how poisons work when Adventure Mode released like a couple months ago again, which is why Forgotten Beasts are more dangerous again. So like, the validity and the effectiveness of some of these strats has varied wildly over the years. So like, sure, yeah, no, you can do that. Is it even remotely practical? I don't know. Oh, certainly. No, I'm not denying that it's cool. The Forgotten Beast, Poboro, that's a good name. Laurentaioli? has Wachamiquo, okay, has come. A gigantic hairy sauropod. It has wings of stretched skin, and it is ravening. Beware its fire. Well, that's spooky as all hell. I'm gonna close the front door. Where it, actually? Is it even on this layer? Yes, it is. Shit. Okie dokie. Let's go, Z's. Get inside, you twit. Oh. These things tend to move really quickly. Run. Run inside. Zip. Oops. Happens to the best of us. Is that anybody important? No, I don't think so. So we'll find out who that was in a week. Where's my cave dragons? What cave dragons? I haven't really invaded any goblins in this fort, so why would I have cave dragons? I also haven't gone down to the third cavern layer, so why would I have cave dragons? Found him. The singed filth. He dead. Very, very, very dead, that dwarf. Got crushed in the mechanisms. Oh, speaking of dead. Gorge, I got bad news. Man, I should have told the Marksdwarfs to stand up here. Maybe tell them to come back. I know I only have 2, but... they need to get ammo anyway. It's currently all forbidden. Oh! Well, that's kind of funny. So, he killed Gorge, so Gorge is dead. Or George is dead. But... George was carrying a cage. That cage happened to have this guy in it. And he just dropped it. So now the beast is fighting that creature. Which is kind of badass, actually. I wonder if that's going to burn my floors. Probably will. So once the Marksdwarfs get up here, they may just shoot it. Unless the creature leaves quick. Oh no, there's a guinea pig. It's just causing itself to bleed. An ad is about to pop. When the ad hits, I will pause the game and not unpause the game until the ad is done. Eek, the real angry snail, hello. In adventure mode, you discovered a goblin fort which had pet devils. I have a question. Are these devils or are they necromancer experiments? Because necromancer's experiments can be called devils, but they're not necessarily actually underworld creatures. In fact, rarely are they actually underworld creatures. Bergen, I see that dwarf request. Do I have any animal trainers? Yes, I do. Zem's my options. Ice Blue and Ilmirin are the bottom 2, so the top 2 are available. I don't know, I've never asked one, Arthur. There's ways to do that through Twitch too, amongst junk. But yeah, no, I mean, that's certainly an optimal way to watch the stream. I mean, I don't mind getting views from all places. You have the answer? Oh, well, I'm glad that you have attempted communicating with the creature we are speaking about then. Speaking of, Gremlin vid has slowed down ever so slightly, but it's still doing very well. It's getting almost 900 views an hour, which fantastic as far as I'm concerned. But it does seem to be slowing down a tad. War Sim Snail Racing is pretty great, yeah. All right, we're through the ads now. Top one's fine for Bruggen. Bruggen's dwarf wants martial training and excitement, is impervious to the effects of stress. How do you feel about maybe dying in the next 90 seconds, Bruggen? Or becoming a hero? It's kind of like the hero's gauntlet, if you will. Yeah, no, I've absolutely had experiments named Demon of something or something of something. Because I kind of want to make you into a Marksdwarf, just looking at your description. He is very comfortable around others that have a different appearance from himself, and he is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and does not go out of his way to help others. He enjoys the company of others and is slow to trust others. What a guy. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's got a complicated, social life, I guess. He likes Billin, yellow sespertine, as well as cotton fabric, the color pale taupe, and shields and dogs for their loyalty, cougar men for their cunning and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and when possible prefers to consume oyster and pomegranate wine. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally, he strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without dissent is best, and believes that peace is preferable to war. Respects perseverance and values loyalty, and doesn't really care about craftsmanship. They would be underworld creatures, but if duty calls, then so be it. Alrighty. It's not the most dangerous position you could have as far as military stuff goes. I'm gonna throw some of my competent Marksdwarves into here, though. Okay, so Beastie. Fiery Beastie. I'm gonna try and shoot the beast with the railgun, by the way. Now would be a really bad time for for those human traders to leave. I'm just saying. Like a really bad time. Mr. Ricky is also hauling a cage. Run away, dwarf. Well, he's going the right direction. The funny thing is, so you know what I could do? I have a back door. This is my back door. I could let this creature onto the surface and lock it outside of the fortress. But if I do that, it's almost guaranteed to kill my next caravan. Should I do that? Can I partition it off and release it on the next siege? Probably. There are very few elves within talking distance in this fortress. But I think this faction's at war with them. Not my doing or anything. Because the elves are one of the best trading groups. They sell tame giant animals a lot of the time, which makes them exceptionally good to trade with. They sell great war beasts, yeah. Often for the cheap. They're just a wee bit tricky to trade with, but that's not an issue for me. I don't have the common takes on elves. I think they are fun adversaries and also fun allies, but it really depends on the fortress. It's going the way I need it to go. So I'm presuming Fast the Weaver. What's your last name? Was the one that I squished with the drawbridge. Although, actually, hold on. I'm just going to jump here real quick. This is intentional, by the way. It's going for this guy. It should be stuck in here. Should be. What dragon? There is no dragon. Why would I need to deal with a dragon when there is no dragon? Although I kind of don't want it to go this way. I kind of want it to go this way. Where is this lever? Let's pull this lever. Okay, so now I can do this. And hope it can't break doors down. Oh. Well, whoops. There is no door there. So it's out. I've let it out onto the surface. I was under the impression that I had a door at the end, but something broke it. So I should have checked. Now it's someone else's problem. Well, actually, I would say it's that Kavie's problem. All right, well, let's, all's well that ends well, right? Although, actually, I would say it's these zombies and thieves problems as well, because he's burning the cages that has all of these thieves and zombies in it, so they're just gonna burn now. That's kind of awesome, actually. Yeah, get him. Get him, dude. Hell yeah. I could probably recatch him, too. We'll just let him fight with the... Is the zombie actually hitting him? Has he gotten any hits in? I mean, he's bleeding, obviously. He misses. Strikes him. He's blocking it. But he is burning, I presume. He doesn't seem to have any powers. Man, if this guy gets him... Because he's no longer burning. Yeah. He is, in fact, stabbing it, see? Stabs it in the right leg with his copper spear, fracturing the bone. He's also blocking most of the hits. He's spilled its guts. It's dead. He's killing it. In fact, he's biting it right now. I have a question. When you hit this button and go to their icon, what's their icon? Is it a moon or is it like a purple blob? Because if it's a purple blob, then they are underworld creatures. If you can check that way. Oh, yeah, no, then they are underworld. That's wild. All right, cool. Holy shit. Dude fucking killed it. Also, all the trees are collapsing now. Now you just need to get away from the fire, my guy. You know what you should do? You should raid, figure out where they're coming from, figure out where their population lives, eek, and then raid them and see if you can steal them as animals. See if you can steal that livestock. Because that's what I would do. I'm going to give this death ghoul here a nickname. Because you deserve it. Killed one of my dwarves. Killed whatever Whipgraves the Nourishing Keys, the Writing Fighter, is. And also now the Singed Filth, the Forgotten Beast. You know, actually, let's call you the Singed Filth. Because, like, after the beast that you killed. Also, it's Seduce Steam. This Seduce Steam must be a Gabe Newell fan. The Singed Filth. What was the final hit you got in on it? He punches it in the right hand, in the right rear foot. Yeah, it bled to death. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. He killed it with a copper spear, too. Also, all of his fat is gone. Because he bled enough that all of his fat dematerialized into nothing. Yeah, definitely, Angry Snail. I'd love to know the outcome of that. What are the donut-looking trees? I mean, my default response is do not know, do not care, but the donut-looking trees are papayas. Yeah. Now, the real question is, am I at any risk of, like, flooding or issues due to this fire? Yeah, okay. They've already punched several holes. But no, not really. Well, that sound's just gonna kind of go off for a bit. Oh. So, the bad news is Gorge was my manager. one of the dwarves that died was my manager. So, I think... let's give it to chat, Hashtastrophe, B-Lug, or Elfie Bean. Who do you guys think is my new manager? Have I played Stellaris? Not my kind of shtick. No real interest. Not really a Paradox game guy. Hash seems to know what they're doing. Oh, they definitely know what they're doing. That's for show. Chat saying Elfie Bean. Alrighty, Elfie Bean. Congratulations. You are now Zer's new management. My question is, where the hell did I put your office? Monsieur Manager. Ah, down there. So brewski is what we needs. How much brew am I actually currently making? That's not the task I wanted. That's the task I wanted. Let's queue that up again. I just need to make more stills. So I already queued up Fath. Let's queue up. What's the other dwarf that died? I don't know yet. Mind if you get an update on your dwarf? Not dead. Not happy, mind you. You complained to your priest recently and that was satisfying. Now you're playing make-believe. You're somehow a dabbling fighter, which means you've had a fun life probably. Your mother is dead. Your younger half-sister is still around. So it's you and your half-sister, basically. Very happy the dwarves finally cleaned up the tavern. It looks a lot nicer now. The game's gonna lag a bit until the fire's done. Although it's not really the fire, it's most likely just the... It's most likely just the stuff collapsing, but unless actually there is a possibility that this ain't helping. Let's also open this. Oh, there we go. Literally unlocking that door fixed it. Something was trying to haul something from up there, probably. Fun life is an understatement. Well, fun in Dwarf Fortress terms, right? Okay, so down here, I need to pump out. Could just cut through that. Might as well, because they're gems, right? Well, we had a Forgotten Beast arrive, Raging Cave, and it breathed fire. And I decided that it would be a good idea to simply, release it onto the surface. And then it released some zombies from cages by burning the cages. And the zombies killed it, but now the surface is burning down, so we're just gonna wait for that to burn out or hope it starts raining or something, because the frame rate's gonna be pretty low until that happens. Also, now a rhinoceros is fighting, probably with a tree. Yep, it did in fact fight with a tree. I bet you the tree won. Should really train those war rhinos. Oh, also the other thing I need to open. Oh, no, never mind. I already did. Open that. Cool. Bet we get a diplomat soon. Bioactive, not trying to be the... I told you so. That's not really how the game works. The elves also only send diplomats if you have a baron. So they would have to be aware of me for that to happen first off, which they're not. Oh, you've been depressed for a while, haven't you been? Yeah, you have. Well, at the very least, you've been found dead, so we can just put your body away. Those alerts are giving you anxiety. Yeah. 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 It's like that one mod. There's that one mod that I think it's called Audible Alerts that was pretty popular for a bit, which just gives a lot. It makes that sound way more frequent. Whenever somebody's using that mod, I can't watch their stream. It's. I don't need to. They're already mad at me. My faction's at war with the Elven faction. I realize that I push back on this a lot, Killed With Style, and I realize that some members of my Twitch chat get, like, weird about me with this. I have zero desire to fight with the elves in most cases, unless they have interesting animals to fight, because I just find them to be kind of an annoying / kind of boring threat. They're generally pretty easy to fight the way I play this game, so I don't find them to be a fun adversary. I'd rather trade with them in almost all cases. Oh, I mean, I could absolutely make those alert. I could literally just do this and go to announcements and then go to Fortress and then go to... Actually, I think I could just click this. Where is it? Pop up pause all. It's report, right? No. Alert. It's not very good at filtering these, is it? But yeah, you can just find one that has an alert, and it would be for thing caving in Fortress mode, and then just disable the alert. You don't need DFAC for that. I mean, I could disable it. Not an issue, but... Once again, I'm convinced that their filtering is bad. There it is, Cavern. Done. So now I will have no clue that stuff is burning on the surface. What if I played a... I've talked about this a quintillion times, Arthur. The literal only difference between playing with a fortress full of dwarves or a fortress full of insert other faction here is whether or not they need alcohol and how big they are. And how effective they are in combat. So you'll have slightly less combat effective dwarves that are significantly less interesting to manage because you don't need alcohol. There's nothing interesting about that to me. So what if I did that? I wouldn't do that because there's nothing interesting about that. No. I mean, maybe if they ever, like, actually get their convincing trees to grow powers, then sure. But just then play as elves? No. Because they're just less interesting dwarves mechanically. There's no reason to do that. Well, I mean, Kilda's style, I'll put it this way. The reason I push back on it is, you know how certain things with people bring out, like, the worst tendencies in humanity? Like, you just need somebody to be given kind of the okay go to say horrible things, and then they do it. Being super mean to elves, in my experience, because I've seen it in my chat many times, is it just gives people a reason to pretend to be really racist. And I just don't like it. It just makes me icky. So if you want to, like, you know, make fun of elves and do that, that's fine. But just, like, you know, keep it fun. The second it gets weird, it gets really weird really quickly, and I tend to push back on it for that reason. But, you know, you do you. That's just my reasoning behind it. I mean, my take would still be the same on whether I want to fight them. It's like I don't particularly like being at war with humans, because humans just siege, they don't, like, attack, right? It's more of an issue with siege mechanics and how the enemy attacks you and what the enemy brings with you when they attack you. Does that make sense? So sometimes elves can be a threat if, asterisk, they happen to bring a large number of very large animals that are threatening. But often what ends up happening is they aren't much of a threat because they don't bring that many large animals that are particularly threatening. Usually they just kind of bring, you know, like some bears maybe. They don't always have like giant animals. Like in the Gremlin video, I'm at war with elves, right? And they're bringing like giant animals. That was a lot of fun. But generally when they attack you, they just bring some mounts, some horses. or unicorns or whatever, which aren't really that threatening because the elves are significantly smaller than dwarves and don't use metal weapons. So unless their mounts are fun to fight, then they're boring to fight. So I generally just don't bother because it's like, I want something that's fun to fight. Like, goblins bring interesting things much more frequently now, which are like trolls and dragons and stuff that have building destroyer tendencies. That's fun to fight. Humans are annoying to fight because they just hang around outside and then they leave after a while. They don't actually assault you. They wait for you to come fight them outside, which is admittedly a more interesting tactic in a lot of ways. But whatever, still. Sure, unicorns are like one of the more interesting ones, right? So it highly depends on what their mounts are, what they're bringing as their defensive weapons, is whether or not I want to fight them. So, did I say that they're smaller than dwarves? They're less dense than dwarves and have a lower average body weight, but are the same size as dwarves in that they can wear the same gear. It's sort of like having a friend who's a sumo wrestler and a friend who looks like me. They're skinny and taller, but total body mass wise, they're roughly. It's the ladybug. No, not the ladybugs. The pill bugs and the stick bug from Bug's Life. How's that? Elves also sneak attack and ambush. I mean, I'll tell you this. I like the sneak attacks. I wish they were exposed more suddenly. Like, I wish the whole army became visible all at once. But I do like the ambushes. The ambushes are fun. So we've got another forgotten beast. This is a named Butto. Big Bang, congrats on the 7-stream streak. A huge flat worm. A huge flatworm. Huge flatworm. A huge flatworm. Its mauve's talp scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its poison bite. Oh, okay, well, it's just poison bite. That we can fight. And it's probably gonna come... Okay, well, the surface is still charcoal. And attack me directly. So I'm gonna station my military right here. Except I'm gonna station these squads a little further back. I'm gonna reset this so that everybody goes back into the fortress. We're gonna try and fire the cannons at it. Also, it is noon. We'll save for the next... until I get back from the toilet, because an ad break is about to run. But I am about to run that, or gift those subs. Thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. I will count up the number when I return after this ad break. I will be right back. Then we'll fight that beast. See if I can hit it with a cannon. How'd you just get a gift sub? You've never seen this stream. Random algorithmic luck. Enjoy the emotes. There's a setting you can set in Twitch, which is do not let me be gifted subs by to streams that I don't follow or something. Yeah, random luck. It happens. All right. So let me just do a real quick roundup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. So 8, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. So, fuck it. I'll give 10. It's a nice, easy round number. $69.90 Canadian. There you go. Congratulations, chat. Thanks for participating. Means a lot. It really does. Okie dokie. I also grabbed my sandwich because that seemed like a good opportunity, which is in an invisible box, now that I think about it. It's a magic sandwich container. All right. So we're going to see if we can hit this Forgotten Beast. What kind of sandwich? Little bit of cream cheese, chicken, and a little bit of tomato. So Beast is there. Beast is there. Seduced Vomit. Yikes. Okay. Definitely a grindcore band name. It's also not moving really slow. The frame rate's just bad. Because of all the fire on the surface and all the collapsing that we're not currently hearing. I'm glad you liked it, Hans Gruber 89. Uh-huh. Headlines? No. Seduced Vomit is definitely one of those weird openers that nobody knows and then puts on a banger set. And everyone's like, wow, they're amazing, holy shit. And then you find out they only have a 1-minute demo and they've never released any actual music. And they only do the one show ever and then never perform again. I'm just gonna finish my sandwich right quick. This is also on a light rye bread. Be right back. That or that creature's last name is literally just the name of a song by Cannibal Corpse. Okay, so now we have Urem, Geshka Feshfot, Idikarem, Sarek, an enormous feathered lacewing. It has a knobby trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its russet feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison bite. Oh, well, this one's down below. However, it could... Actually, hold on, is it? Yeah, okay, it could fly out. Theoretically. It's a generic set of alphabet ducks from AliExpress, is what it is. Amazing crime. And also, Ranger Rick, hello. Hi, how's things? So I do think it's gonna come out. Well, the brain father of echoes. That's okay. So let's just fight. Let's deal with this first one, and then we'll worry about the second one. That is maybe a better name though. Brain father of echoes. And also, just to everybody who's in the YouTube chat, or just anywhere in general, if you watched the video on the gremlin, do me a humongous favor, please. What's Repticon? Aside from sounding like a transformer. Please, if you haven't, leave a comment on it. Or respond to somebody else's comment on it. And please leave a like. Help that video keep going. I mean, it's doing very, very, very well, but momentum must be kept. So, fingers crossed, keeps up that momentum. Because it's been a long time since I've had a video do that well in such a short period of time. No, I just think names are funny, and I think grindcore bands are funny, so... I don't know. That's all it really is. I also think that, like, you know, beyond heavy death metal bands are also pretty funny. You found that video entertaining? Well, thank you. I wish this beast was moving quicker, but, you know, it is what it is. Frame rate would be better if we didn't currently, you know, have this. Which, you know, if it would just rain, that would solve a lot of this, but, you know, it's gonna take a bit. It's trying its best, okay? Well, so's the game. Yeah, comment for the algorithm gods, exactly. Railgun, yes. I'm gonna try and shoot this Forgotten Beast with said railgun in a minute. But first, it has to get to the railgun, which is gonna... okay, actually, how much further do it need to go? It needs to go up to here, so not all that far. Although I should probably also block off... Okay, this is still blocked off, we're good. Actually, okay, so traders have already left. So there is that. So we're not waiting on the traders. We are literally just waiting on the beasts. And the bug one has disappeared. The brain father. What got me hooked on this game? Hooked is a weird word. What got me interested in this game, though, is probably how I would say it. It kept surprising me. I don't know. I liked weird games. I didn't have a great computer back in the day, so I needed a game that could run on anything. I'd played ASCII games like it, so that wasn't, you know, out of the realm of normal for me. And I just wanted to... Yeah. It just seemed intriguing. I mean, what got you watching my stream, I guess? Probably similar things. It's a game that, as long as I've been aware of it, has had wild amounts of simulation. The community around it always seemed interesting. Listening to the creators talk about it, because back when I got into it, Tarn did a podcast. Listening to the creators talk about it was always interesting. The creators were intriguing. The stories people wrote about it were intriguing, and I liked it. The beyond quality genre, yes. The Gremlin video is what got you watching. DF streams and vids are always good. Well, I mean, then you've been aware of Dwarf Fortress before then, right? I'd presume. But thank you for tuning in. Gremlin for mayo. Oy vey. You just steal my ideas and then completely fail implementing them in your Fortress. What, will the Gremlin blend? Or are we talking about something else here? It does look like it's made the turn heading towards the cannons. You know what? I'm just gonna put out those fires. I'm cheating. Okay, so something is stuck then. So I'm just gonna forbid these because that may also not be helping. Look at that, frame rate is mostly back, but something else is probably hurting it a little bit. Oh. Sorry. That's unfortunate. Yeah, frame rate's mostly back. You struggle to find purpose playing it on your own? You know, there's a room on my Discord called Succession Forts, where people run Succession Fort games. I really think that at some point, some people should just make several threads in there and just start splitting out their own games because, or maybe I could make it into a forum even, because I know at least for a lot of people, the existence of Succession Forts really helps people get into this game. I'm kind of mad that this caravan's about to die to this Forgotten Beast. The reason I'm kind of mad about this is because they're gonna drop all that stuff I just sold them, and I specifically wanted to sell them that stuff to get rid of it. So, kind of bummed about this, to be honest. What is a Succession Fort? It's when you trade a save file with friends. Every Succession Fort has different rules, but basically one person plays a year, the next person plays a year, the next person plays a year, and you write down what happened and try your best to keep it going. Boat Murdered, which is, you know, a video that most recently blew up thanks to Down the Rabbit Hole, and kind of helped bring Dwarf Fortress back into the zeitgeist in many ways, is a Succession Fort. Now I can sell it to another caravan? Yeah, but I have to sell it to another caravan is the problem. That is the issue, I would say. Let's just reopen this door. Okay, so this guy's visible again. Where is it? It might be going for this. Way up. Because that is a way up and into the fortress. Meanwhile, you... Or, you know, Dropbox, Google Drive, email. Uh-oh. Well... Rip. That's not going to end well for you now, is it? Did you kill that camel? Yes, you did. Nope, here comes a human soldier from the caravan. Trying to get vengeance. Let's see if he'll pull it off. Fighting begins. He's dodging backwards, avoiding the bites. Not sure who did this, but one of the YouTube folks did a 16 by 16 tower that's completely enclosed except for the defense level, only the entrance, and it's fully plumbable? Oh, that's kind of funny. Also, thanks for the 6 months in advance. Cheers, dude. It seems like the human is winning. He's sliced it pretty damn good. I mean, he is attacking it and getting a good number of scratches in. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Yeah, I've seen some of those plumbable structures. I mean, there's some pretty crazy things you can build in Dwarf Fortress if you're willing to, like, take a lot of time. Oh, he killed it. Rip. If you're willing to take a lot of time building, right? Which doesn't always lead to the most entertaining fortresses to watch. So there's a lot of, like, mega structure things that I just don't do in this game. Because chat gets bored after the 15th stream of the same construction. I do agree that those can be very entertaining to play, but they aren't always the most interesting to watch, unfortunately. Oh, here comes the other Forgotten Beast. We're getting a Titan battle. So it is Seduced Vomit who's injured versus Urem, the Forgotten Beast. Who are you betting on, chat? Bug or Snek? Actually, are you a snake or are you something else? You're a flatworm. Oh, flatworm's actually quite weak. I have a feeling that this thing's probably gonna win. But we'll see. Bugs also tend to be rather weak. So Bug is bleeding, so is Worm. They're both bleeding. Oh. Well, it appears that Seduced Vomit has killed it. How did you kill it? The Forgotten Beast bit him in the abdomen and the injured part explodes. Did that dwarf make it into the tunnel? I don't think so. Eesh. You know what? I'm just gonna open the front door. I'm just gonna kill this thing. I just kind of want it dead so I can figure out why the frames are so bad. Which is currently my actual concern with this fortress. I'm not super bothered by the beast itself. I just would like to know why the frames aren't great. Yeah, no, totally. Boat Murdered was, like, earlier than my... okay, maybe not. Maybe I can pause that gate opening. Boat Murdered was actually earlier than my time playing. I mean, I discovered Boat Murdered, like, I don't know, several years, more than several years, probably, after it finished. Maybe I can't hit it with a shotgun. I want to hit it with my cannon. I'm not too worried about dwarves dying to the beasts. That's fine. So the end of 2000, or it's either the end of 2007 or like Like the very beginning of 2008 or the end of 2007. I'd need to go look at the post dates. Yeah, I can in fact shoot it with my cannons. It's gonna take a little bit. I'm convinced something must be stuck somewhere. So I can probably solve it relatively quickly. Okay. Chat, yell at me if it gets too close to my front door. I'll just go load up Bay 12 and check. When did Dwarf Fortress go 3D? I can see it on OBS, so. Download all versions. October 29th, 2007 was when Dwarf Fortress went 3D. Not without either a palace embark, Duin, or a, like, some creative adventure mode shenanigans. I mean, I guess technically you could embark on a lair, but you need DF hack to do it, because you need to use embark anywhere, which is a DF hack command. So I'm going to be able to shoot this thing with a minecart, especially if it hugs this wall and keeps hugging this wall as it stops hugging that wall. God damn it. Well, what do you think? Can we hit this thing with a minecart? Place your bets, chat. This is a lot of luck. Although the low frame rate is going to play into the dramaticness of this moment, I suppose. Okay. So, beast is where? Okay, good timing. Who doeth the pulleth of the levereth? Oh, this might actually... It's probably not helping. Who be pulling? Demonster is running towards the lever. One direct hit will probably KO it. So it depends on how many times we miss. I'm also curious about how quickly they're going to appear to move. Pretty fast, it turns out. Okay, so where is the beast? It's right there. Okay, so then I want to be following the one on top. Place your bets. Got him. One. To answer that question. One minecart. Forgotten Beast Butto here. Gold minecart strikes it in the body, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. Bang, dead. I wasn't joking when I said it was a railgun. Okay, so now that that's done, I just need to pull this lever again so that the dwarves don't shoot themselves with it. And, up here currently, these are enabled. Let's disable these. Let's leave that door open And then just leave everybody underground. So what is the cause of the frame rate issue now? Yeah, it's still just stuff caving in on the surface. Oh, because my dfhack command didn't put the fire out. Okay, well, how close is it to burning out now? Okay, well, it burnt out down here, partially. Yeah, okay, we'll just let it burn out. It's most of the way there anyway. The minecart now needs a name. Can I name a minecart? I bet you I probably can, I guess. No, I can't name a minecart, unfortunately. Sorry, but I can't. Even if your habits are working against you? Yeah, going from RimWorld to Dwarfport requires you unlearning a lot of things. Someone make a mod? I don't even think you need to do much in that regard. I mean, other like constructible buildings can be named already, so. Although, its name was Butto, right? Let's make a platinum statue of Butto. Just one. Question is, what was your last name? The Misty, that was it. Was associated with nightmares, apparently. Yeah, you can't name items, exactly. But you can name constructed buildings. Like, I can name this smelter. I can name the lever. I could name the kid who pulled the lever. Probably? Yeah, there you are. Pretty sure it was this kid. Oblock. I would say timing. The minecart did the aiming, but we're about to get hit by an ad. Because the frame rate's low, I'll just let it run to help the fire burn out. Oblock pulled levers, yeah. Congratulations. Transfem. Welcome back. That's unfortunate, ABC Def. Extremely depressed dwarves can sometimes be quite difficult to deal with, honestly. For you? Sure, for you. What kind dwarf you want? Also, to give you an idea on how often I look at the YouTube chat, it's not fragile. I just saw your statement in the YouTube chat. That's about how often I look. I do read the YouTube chat and I do skim up through it, but the more active chat gets the priority. Fam, waiting. Make to return, Farmer Fem? Okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted Farmer Fem, Butcher Fem, Trainer Fem, Cutter Fem. But I'll still wait until the ads are done regardless. Well, actually, I'll just type in farm. Do you want the really angry one or not? I guess is the question then. Do you want them named? Well, actually, again, I'll wait until the ads are done. Less angry? All right. Well, I mean, there's Nish, there's Ast, Or there's Solon. Solon's the Angie one. But then there's Nish and there's Ass. So there's these two. Do you want them named Farmer Femme or do you want them named Trans Femme? Because I know Padinsky named some Farmer Femme. So it's up to you, really. Armor Femme. Farmer Femme has a strong tendency towards privacy and is currently less private. Finds obligations confining, though she's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She rarely feels discouraged and doesn't focus on material goods. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and occasionally overindulges. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and prefers to present herself modestly. She often acts with compassion, and she is conflicted by this since she sees those tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. And she often gives her knuckles a good crack when she's thinking hard and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees power over others as something to strive for, and values good craftsmanship. Where was I getting food from there? I guess good food. Anyway, values good craftsmanship and sees competition as wasteful and foolish, and values a harmonious existence. Fragile, I'll get to your question in a second, or your statement in a second. She likes pyrolusite, bismuth, and pink jade, as well as water buffalo horn, jute fabric, and breastplates. Guinea fowls for their social nature, and cassowary men for their casks. I guess is how you say that. The words of the Tenoribus wisp, someone possible prefers to consume giant leopard and whip wine, and can't stand toads. As far as groups and such, you are a member of the Coastal Fellowship, and you worship the god Sota. I have no idea who that god is or what they do, so I will look him up real quick. Must be a less popular god. Some soda suicide squad. You worship the god of the oceans, salt, and coasts. I don't know why you live here then. Well, that and like, I presume that people who aren't subbed are in ads whenever ads play, so I just kind of like drop all conversation with non-subs, but when ads happen. Unless they're still responding to me actively. So your biggest issue is with work orders and stuff, but you love how much more depth everything else has. Also, usual RimWorld colonies have like 20 people in them, with DF 20 is pretty easy to achieve. It's pretty hard to not achieve 20. Like, if you can just keep a fortress alive for like 2 hours, you probably have that many. By the way, you're bonded to a giant turtle, which means you train it more effectively. So that's fun. Good evening, Hashtastrophe. Also, this dwarf's got a good crown. I'm starting to really, like, appreciate the turtle shell crowns, just because of how green they are. I haven't made, like, shell crafts in a very long time. Because I generally just don't bother. But the last time I did was before you could see crowns on them, and I really like the green crowns, so maybe I'm going to start making shell crowns more. Red Fogel is dumping Butto's corpse. Maybe what I need is, like, perhaps up here? I could make, like, a statue hall for all of the statues of forgotten beasts and things that we've killed. Only 160 blocks. That won't take too long. If you can butcher them a lot of the time. If you butcher them, you can then make their bodies into crafts. You can make their bones into crafts and whatnot. Displaying them is generally a pretty bad idea because dwarves don't like seeing dead things. Players like seeing dead things. Dwarves get disturbed when they see dead things, so if you're going to display their corpses, it's generally a good idea to put it behind a wall or somewhere that's out of sight. So you don't, you know, just go around stressing out your dwarves due to their, you know, being dead things everywhere. Looks like the fires are finally burning out. Those cave-ins were rough, man. Oh, there's all the stuff. Great, 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 great. Not super thrilled with that, but it's what it is. Still no migrants. I wonder what could cause that. Is this your first fort in the world? Doing? Or is this your second fort in the world or third fort or something? Did a trader get wrecked? Yeah, we had 2 rapid fire Forgotten Beasts. One I shot with a minecart, and then the other one, which showed up slightly earlier, got on... okay, actually 3 Forgotten Beasts. One got onto the surface and set the surface on fire, which is why the frame rate's so low, because of animals on the surface and all the cave-ins. The second one fought with the third one, killed the third one, and then also killed a trade caravan. Like Steph. Like Seth. I like... Is it Ikesaf? Ikesaf. I'm trying to figure out how to read your name. Trying to figure out how to read your name. Thank you very much for that prime sub. Or not prime sub, that proper sub. Tier 1. Appreciate you. Thank you. You go by Saf? Okay. Works for me. I can say that. I butcher usernames for a living. How do you do? Like most people on this website, I find. This dwarf looks like he's wearing a suit of armor, but it's literally just like a cloak. That looks absolutely badass. Just like, look at this dope looking astronomer. He's got a fucking hat. He looks kind of like a wizard. It's because you've been here since, hold on, I need to click your name to find out actually since when. Since like early 2020, Stone. So it's been 10,000 years. I also have some gravestone to place. Did I make 2 memorials to the same dwarf? I think I did. Well. And then the next thing I need to do is go here, grab this, grab that. But I need a screw trap component. All right, well, let's just make some screw traps then. Wooden cork. Actually, what? I don't know which one they actually need. It's one of the 2. But wooden corkscrew. Wooden pipe. How many logs do I have? Not many of any. Okay, so I will set those just down to 1, but... I will also go hack down some trees, because we're going to need those. We're going to need them. I love how I just have like this other container of gems just sitting here that I've just kind of ignored for the last, I don't know, 5-10 years. Just didn't notice it until now. There is magic in Dwarf Fortress, but the magic that dwarves can learn is necromancy, which requires some player agency in most cases. However, how the heck did you get deconstructed? It requires some player agency. So if the player isn't kind of going out of their way to do it, usually you just won't encounter it. But magic is something that has been developed into Dwarf Fortress, or has been being worked on behind the scenes for Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played this game. And we're actually starting to get the early prereqs for that now, in the form of the magic weapons that have been added to Adventure Mode. But the Myths and Magic update is a series of terms that you'll hear a lot if you hang around this community. MB Audio, what up, dude? Long time. Hope you've been well, man. Or as well as one can be in the current world. They don't... Okay, so you shouldn't be able to buy that specific book from a caravan. For whatever that's worth. You shouldn't be able to buy that book. That book shouldn't be purchasable. You would have to steal it. Yeah, they are, but that's... I wouldn't go pointing new players at healing potions and magic weapons, really, specifically for within Fortress mode. Within Adventure mode, they're certainly going concerns, but if you're a brand new player, I wouldn't worry about trying to acquire any of that stuff because it kind of requires a bunch of finagling that might not be fun to try to learn while you're still, you know, learning to play the game properly. It's very low civ, medium sights, high savagery and beasts, and very low minerals. And the civ had around 500 dwarves. That's know that you're still alive. Is the mountain home reachable from where you're at? You got 2 waves at the beginning. Okay, so then you've had migrants. Did you settle somewhere where the mountain home can't reach you? Because, like, where I'm at, if I center on my fort, this is me right here, right? If I scroll over to here, this is where my faction is. And up at the top there, it says 6 days travel, right? If all of your allied sites say unreachable, then there's a possibility that they literally just can't physically get to you. No, totally, but you said that you had the first 2. So essentially you're giving me mixed messages, and I'm trying to figure out the specifics here. Because you're guaranteed to get 2 migrant waves and 2 caravans. It's hard-coded into the game. But after that, if there's stuff that's blocking them, or if they can't physically get to you, then there's nothing you can do. You're just SOL at that point. Yeah, like, it's just like, you know, you could technically tell a new player that, like, yeah, you can turn your entire fortress into vampires. It's like, you can do that, you don't want to, and also, it's very complicated and took me, like, years of trying to actually successfully do it. Literally years! And I've successfully done it twice. And I wouldn't recommend it. It's not that fun. Oh, you're not wrong, Clairvore, actually. I agree with that, yeah. I guess you could also consider what this dwarf right now, these strange moods, to be kind of that, too. Wow, you grabbed aluminum. So this is a clother's shop, an artifact. They've grabbed 2 pieces of pigtail, 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of leather, lead, chert blocks, and aluminum. I'm just gonna say this. I'm not gonna talk about vampires on this stream because every person that tunes in for the next 45 minutes is gonna just re-ask the same questions and I'll get stuck in an infinite loop of discussing vampires. Just go look at the wiki. Just go look at the wiki if you want to know. I might make a video like the Gremlin one about my last vampire fort because I have all the footage. But it is a horrific pain in the dick. I mean, you have. Not everybody in chat has. Aluminum's always been in the game. It's just really uncommon due to farming in tiny clusters in very specific conditions. Yep. Aluminum is about as rare as diamonds used to be. Diamonds are now annoyingly common. They're like in every fort pretty well. But back in the day, diamonds used to be something you would find 1 in 15 fortresses, maybe? Actually kind of bums me out how easy it is to find them. Is that even the video? This might be an old command that isn't what you think it is. Yeah, no, it is an old command that isn't what you think it is. No, that originally linked... Okay, so have you seen the movie Vampire's Kiss? That originally linked to, I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! Like Nicolas Cage screaming? Hold on, let me delete that command because it links to nothing now. How to vampire is the command you're looking for. I forgot I had a command for that. But apparently I do. So, you know. Also, my frame rate is recovering. Yay! Okay. Speaking of nothing to do with vampires, these are all dwarves that still need bedrooms. We should probably just make some bedrooms. Just gonna go up to here and make a pit pond real quick. Get this functioning up and running again. Clockwork Dragon, are you still bleeding everywhere? Swear to God, man. I know the planter has created Negala Kugzul, a pigtail loincloth, fancy undies, and offers it to the head cave of Cloppering. All right, chat. What rank of dwarf, I only have up to mayor right now, do you think is worthy of this fancy-ass piece of underwear? It's worth 15,000 dwarf money. And it is a pigtail loincloth. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with a pigtail, and pleated gibbon leather, and encircled with bands of pigtail aluminum and lead, and lion leather. I don't know how I got lion leather. Probably from the humans, I guess. It is made from pigtail cloth. The thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of jaguar leather and menaces with spikes of raccoon leather. That's not a rank. I'm gonna give it to a noble. Kelda style. I'll give it to my manager. Elfie, congratulations, you get fancy undies. Because the manager doesn't have any specific items. Because Elfie is... No. I get to shoot some goblins. And they're seeking a parlay. Oh, shit. And they have dragons. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh, also, another reason why you might not be getting migrants is if a siege shows up at the exact same time, by the way. How big is this army? I like this song. It's a banger. Tame the dragon? You can't tame enemy dragons. But if I look at where they came from, the walls of sin. That's the least nightmare. The least nightmare. The aching terrors. More of the least nightmare. Some dark elven pits. The low nightmare. Those ones I fought with, I know they have dragons. There's some goblin fortresses down here. Now that's a place we should raid. Trumpet daggers? But anyway, it's the Elven faction, the Young Buck, which has given us many laughs. This is an elite goblin? Oh, I see. It is the Least Nightmare. So it's one of these Least Nightmare places, probably one of their fortresses. I misread it. That's the name of their image. I'm also very curious of if that goblin returned for a second run. Kind of doubt it, but... Such nice music. Yeah, no, I agree. Exactly. Wedge. We have the same thought. They're not plural, the young bucks. They're just the young buck, but the youngest buck, if you will. Oh, by the way, these dragons don't shoot fire. Just a heads up. Okay, so that's not that big of a siege. We can totally cannon that. I do need to get me some access to some lava, though. I will say that. So the question is... I think probably the way to do this is to just ignore this. Because I'm gonna dig up to the goblins. That's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna have to go through a aquifer to do it. So let's go over to here. Erase that. Because I don't really want to keep using those tiny little tunnels that I've been using. They're a bit awkward to use. Something like this will be much more convenient. And also much more useful in the future. Also, can they even get to that? Not currently. Let's fix that. And also go over to Heezers. Because they are asking for a parlay. Have we reached the third cavern lair? I haven't gone looking for it, Zalvi. You asked me that yesterday, I think, didn't you? And my answer's still the same. I haven't gone looking for it because I have no reason to. Why should I guess is the response I has. The key here is look at this on the side, Wedge, because that's your proximity to ground level. When it hits the center of the screen, you're at ground level. Or stare at the elevation layers up at the top. One of the two. I don't have access to lava currently in the fort, so also I'm gonna do this differently because I don't want to do a straight line, I've decided. I have no food for your dwarves. Did you discover that the gather plants button exists? Yes? Question mark? UGDPY? I've never actually done that. But on paper, yeah. Oh, did I enable the wrong one? Shit, I did. I'm like, why are they not throwing the door? Well, because I enabled the wrong location. That's why. And you're carrying a Forgotten Beast corpse. Welcome back, Fluffy Bunny Productions. It's good to see you in the YouTube chat. I don't know. If that sounds intriguing to you, Nesmer, then yes, you should. Otherwise, you do you, man. This Forgotten Beastie is a towering three-eyed quack. It's a duck. Is there any tier 2 subs around that can use the honk command? Also, PhD Lupus, by the way. Thanks for that. I didn't see that. He has a knobby shell and a gaunt appearance. Beware, it's poisonous bite. This is some quackery. This thing will also probably die pretty quick and probably tastes delicious. Sometimes I feel like the game is just insulting Forgotten Beast. It's kind of fun how it does that, isn't it? It's certainly up there. I will say I've definitely built forts nests before where I start in one area and then eventually end up moving to another area of the map. This can certainly be entertaining forts to build. Okay, here come the first few dwarves. That's the first one wants to fight. Well, you're about to get your wish. The creature is always winded and breathing because the wrestler hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a steel battle axe, which just, like, tears the muscle. And it's winded already, which... Can it... Okay, it can still breathe, it's just winded. Guess they got hit in the chest. Clearly got several more hits in, 2 more to be specific. 1 in the left foot, and 1 in the tail. Hit it in the flapper. Okay, it's now up above. Okay, dwarves, come back. None of these guys have seen it yet, so they're flying past it. We're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game until the ads are done. It is currently fighting with the dwarves directly beneath it. It's now moving and getting hit by a spear. It's been bashed by the spear, hacked by the axe. Dwarves are shooting bolts at it too. Is there a dwarf here with it? No, but it is blinking. But the dwarves are shooting bolts at it. And it is now dead, up in the tree. Congratulations, dwarves. I'm gonna hack down the tree and get it out of there. Send the dwarves back to training. Question is, do I have any woodcutters? I do! And they do all have axes, so that's good. Fragile, are you currently in an ad or can you hear me? Because chat, you guys can also help Fragile with that question. Okay. So first thing, managers manage jobs for you. If you have a manager assigned in the noble screen, it gives you access to the work order screen to automatically assign jobs if the manager is assigned to an office. Second thing, you don't need to assign bedrooms. Dwarves claim bedrooms. Like, I do it because I like to know how many more bedrooms I need, but you don't need to do it at all. Dwarves just assign bedrooms to themselves. They just find a bedroom they like and go, oh, mine now, and then they live there. So you don't have to do anything when it comes to bedrooms. You don't need to micromanage basically anything in Dwarf Fortress.
You just have to set up a one-time work order or a repeating work order for things, and then once the conditions are met for the work order, it just runs. Dwarf Fortress is like managing an anthill with a magnifying glass and a very bright light. You need to like zap them sometimes to make them do what they want, to make them do what you want them to do, but generally dwarves are pretty self-sufficient. Like if you have no food or drink, they will go find water or a drinkable liquid, including vomit and blood, to stay alive. And if you have no food, they will literally like go kill small animals like cockroaches and rats to sustain themselves. Like dwarves are pretty self-sufficient. Players don't give them enough credit. Usually their like mental problems come from the player's actions. Like this isn't like you don't need to micromanage every dwarf. Something I often tell people is like nickname a couple dwarves and focus on managing those dwarves. Everybody else is cannon fodder. As an example, like, you know, the book, The Hobbit. There's a bunch of main characters in that book, and then there's a bunch of side characters that don't matter so much. And then there's hundreds, if not thousands, of entities that exist in that universe that you never even know the name of, right? Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that. Have some main characters in your fort and just fuck everybody else. They're cannon fodder. They'll be fine. I mean, they won't. They'll die horribly, but it'll be entertaining and you'll love it. Hold on a second. Am I going... Oh, I must have disabled the... the little size indicator, because I'm just realizing it's not there, and I would like that back. Why did that? That's 5. Five. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. Now this will run into issues when they hit the aquifer, but that's fine. That's where we'll stop. Okay, well, statistically, I can prove to you that most people don't use DFHack just by looking at Steam stats. Secondly, they added an option to turn it on and off. And I think it just defaults to off. But no, I don't think it's got anything to do with assuming most people use DFHack. The assumption that most people use DFHack is an assumption that makes me do this. Literally and figuratively. Like, if I just do a thing right now. Okay, so let's just assume that most people are playing on Steam, first off. There's 1,583 people playing on Steam right now. DFHack currently has 298. No, most people are not using DFHack. They know that. But I don't like that they defaulted it to off. That kind of sucks. If they are set as like wandering around, like Van Dyke, then they're just dead. Or if they're like wandering around babbling. Although if they've made an artifact, they'll snap out of it periodically and they can recover from it. But unless they've made an artifact, there's no recovering from that. That didn't really fix things. Oh no. Yeah, fishing often upsets dwarves. somewhere your FPS suffered, I would recommend just disabling the Cavern creatures. Even Tarn recommends disabling the Cavern creatures. Just kind of on principle, because like they don't really improve the game. They just kind of make things worse. Performance-wise and gameplay-wise in a lot of ways. Well, they're called curious cavern creatures, or cavern invaders or whatever, cavern dwellers, whatever you want to call them. The critters from the caves. You just disable them. They're not really benefiting you in any material way. No, it doesn't. So if you go to, okay, there's 2 reasons why you should disable the cavern creatures. Okay. If you go to your difficulty settings and you go to the Cavern Dweller, these guys, I have them completely disabled. The first reason you should disable them is they're invaders, right? Each layer can have creatures on the layer, but there's a maximum number of creatures you can have per tile per layer. So the surface is a layer. Cavern Layer 1 is 1, Cavern Layer 2 is 1, Cavern Layer 3 is 1, Cavern Layer 4 is redacted. But there's a maximum number of entities you can have on that layer at any given time. All right. This map is weird because of the, what's it called? The Mysterious Palace. But that number is about 3 or 4 different animals you can have on the map at any given time. This includes Crundles, this includes Cavern Invaders, this includes giant frogs, toads, trolls, jabberers, cave crawlers, all those things. If you have these enabled, you will have more than half of those numbers, and you'll hit your cap really quick. So you'll never have any kind of wild animals in your cavern layers. If you disable them, you'll have wild animals in your cavern layers, which are a different kind of threat that are actually a fun gameplay loop, and can be caught and trained and all that. You like getting equipment from them? They're fucking stupid. Like, they should remove them from the video game and rework them. Like, straight up, they should just patch them out. Because it's bad. It's not good. 'Tis really not good. They have steel stuff? Doesn't matter, they should patch them out. I'm gonna just keep saying it. Like, you guys can make all those, you can make all your statements and you can have your opinions. I disagree. They should patch them out. And then patch them back in ways that are balanced, make sense, logical, fit the rest of the game, and not a pain in the ass to deal with. Because they attack literally multiple times a season and never leave. So you'll get no, I don't know. Anyway, another rock has arrived. That's cool. But it's going to attack that siege, which is a shame. A bird of prey so large and ferocious it dwarfs many dragons. Is it related to my other rock? It is. Trying to think what my options even are here. Well, it should have access to the caverns? No, I'm gonna try and catch it. I want to catch the whole family. Train it. See where it goes. It might try to path into my fort because the siege is at the other side of the map. Sure, son of Pope murdered. I was thinking more like pet parrots, but you know. Also, ew, KFC, gross. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the Cavern invaders as a mechanic, but functionally, they are the worst thing in the game right now. Even if they only attacked, like, at points that made sense, because they kind of just are always there. Like, every time I have them on, it's a waste of time. Like, they bring too much gear, even. Like, I don't know. There's very little about them that I actually like. I don't know. I didn't name it. Ask the person who named it. I mean, either they should be finite, they should have some sort of diplomacy, or they should attack at intervals that makes logical sense, and they should leave. But them appearing on the map and just staying forever does one thing. It fucks your frame rate, and there's nothing you can do about it, and it is awful. Like, straight up, it is bad. There are mechanics that have been removed from this game before because they wrecked your frame rate. That one is almost worse than some of the ones they've removed because they don't leave. So, I digress. The song's a bop, I love it. Yeah, exactly. Because like all it does is it makes it, if you spend any considerable amount of time training your soldiers. Yes. Although I need to lock this. I need you to take the other door. If you spend any amount of time training your soldiers... Oh, fuck. Alright, so I need to lock it in this walkway. So let's hope my drawbridges work. If you spend any amount of time training your dwarves, then you will have a ridiculously overpowered military because of the Cavern invaders, because they'll get way too much experience way too quickly from them. And then you'll have way too much, way too good gear, and then eventually they will just overpower you or wreck your frame rate. Like, yeah, no, you should absolutely just disable them. Come on. Pull the lever, 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 pull the lever. Yes! We got him. And I got him the old school way, too. What have you missed? I just caught a second rock. So now I can just leave him there for now. We can worry about him later. But, we just caught a second rock, is what happened. Hit escape, go to settings, go to difficulty, click custom, scroll down to Cavern Invader or Cavern Dweller scale in this and just set this to 0. These two numbers. Set them to 0. But you'll have to do that at the start of every fort. Just an FYI. Sometimes I leave them on in very small numbers, like with a maximum of 6 per map, because sometimes it can be kind of fun to get ambushed if you're not getting attacked by anything else, but I don't know. They're just a poorly designed threat. I really hope that they're one of the things that would get touched with the Siege update, but... Okay, so now that we've done that, we were just going to ask if that was an option. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be saying disable them if it wasn't an option, but yeah. But no, don't get me wrong. Like it is good to like be able to get. It's nice to be able to get free. Uh-oh, kind of screwed that layer up. It's nice to be able to get free, like, you know,
materials from them and stuff, but it just it needs to be so much better. Because like Tarn's given 2 reasons as to why he added that mechanic. The first one that I've heard is he wanted something that would challenge people who are used to things like RimWorld. That was the first reason I've heard. And then the other reason that I've heard from him is he was bored and just wanted to add something. And so I don't blame him for either of those. Like that makes sense. I get it. You've been working on UI for years. You need some variation in your life. But was that mentioned as part of the Siege update? Cool. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I'm trying to make bismuth bronze helms. Why am I trying to make bismuth bronze helms? Also get rid of that billin. How long I've been trying to make those. Also these copper things. Just gonna get rid of those. And get rid of those. So I haven't had much Goblinite to melt down in a while. Cavern invaders, yeah. No, totally. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the long wait is over. I mean, if we get 1 patch a month going forward, that's like the most active Dwarf Fortress development we've had since like 2012. So that's like, I'm ecstatic about that. Like, that's fantastic. That should get us out of the aquifer. This one fight took you 40 minutes. Man, Monster Hunter just seems like such a slow franchise. Just like gameplay-wise. What? Oh, I see. That visually confused me for a second. This is going to look like an absolute clusterfuck until it's done. Hopefully there will be fewer standing puddles of dwarf pus. Hopefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oopsies, nope, this. Not that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. Monster Hunter motivates you to speedrun? Monster Hunter motivates me to uninstall Monster Hunter, but if it motivates you to speedrun, then more power to you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was 200 Ant-Man unrevealed section of the caverns, and they were going insane in there. It was also like an unavoidable game-breaking crash the first couple days it was out. Because it would try to spawn non-existent entities. It's like, I don't know, like Dwarf Fortress would be in a better place right now if they'd never added the cavern critters. Like I like, as I said, I like them in theory, but as a practical threat, they're not a good thing for the game as a whole, which is a shame, but okay, so I will just dig over here. Venstigo odvidon. This is kind of a mess. Oh well. Yeah, they don't do what they're supposed to. Welcome back, Rylas. I don't mind the pockets with gem walls. I just wish they didn't have such expensive gems in them, because they're usually full of like diamonds and such. I miss diamonds being almost impossible to actually acquire, and acquiring a diamond was like, oh my god, I'm gonna put this on a pedestal in the center of my fort and cherish it like an artifact, because that's how hard it was to actually acquire them. But that's just like, you know. So it was over 100. It's like 450 on the default map size. This one would be even higher. So like, chew on that, I guess. Yeah, exactly. I think that one of the things that I really like about Dwarf Fortress is that some things are impossible to find. Like, how many of you have seen a sea monster? Raise your hand. Without hacking the game or cheating them into existence or, like, changing their spawn rates. I like that Dwarf Fortress has some things that are, like, virtually impossible to find, because when one dude finds it on Reddit, it's like an all caps post with a screenshot. What the fuck is that? Kind of thing, you know? And I like that about Dwarf Fortress. Just here, let me show you. Hold on. Let me open up the wiki. These guys. There's huge sea-dwelling creatures found in evil oceans. They weigh up to 8 tons and come armed with 6 tentacles, 2 pincers, and powerful jaws. When butchered, they produce enormous amounts of food. They have a pet value of 1,000, but lack the necessary tokens to be trainable. Yeah, it's like a forgotten beast-sized creature that only exists in evil oceans. So, you know. And yes, they are findable. It's just like, aren't there giant squids? Trying to think, what's another thing that's probably nobody's seen? I guess dragons are also almost similarly as rare, but... settle on an evil ocean. Well, everybody knows mermaids exist, so that kind of, like, defeats the point. But probably nobody's seen mermaids. I mean, things like, I mean, even boogeymen now. Boogie! Boogeymen, these guys. Like, you know, boogeymen are similar levels of absurd these days, because they're like shapeshifters. Like, this is a boogeyman, 2 boogeymen going apeshit. One of them just turns into a giant polar bear, you know? There's all kinds of things in Dwarf Fortress that you'll just straight up never see unless you specifically seek them out. And I think that that's really cool, because when somebody accidentally encounters them, it's great. Can you be a sea monster in adventure mode? Not without modding the game. But sure, if you mod the game. Hello, Ratmost. Oh, that sucks. Realize. My condolences. I mean, angels used to be that way before they got added into the basement. I don't mind them being like as part of digging too deeply and greedily, but I used to like just sit here and have people in my chat casually talking about Dwarf Fortress who've been playing Dwarf Fortress for like, you know, 10 plus years. And then to be like, yeah, no. And then like we went and killed a bunch of angels, and they'd be like, there's angels in this game? Stuff like that. You know, it's like, they're more well known now, but like, a part of the appeal of Dwarf Fortress to me is that some things are just, I don't know. I think people are falling down the stairs. Yep, people are in fact falling down my stairs. Great.
Just trying to get a, well, do what you gotta do, Ramos. I think this may be draining quicker than the dwarves can actually get through it. Well, I'll just dig out all of this and then... we'll work with what we got from there. Foul Blendex. Foul Blendex are easier to find, but yeah, you also have to specifically look for them. Or someone installed Dwarf Fortress in Path as DF, so every time they did an apt-get update, Dwarf Fortress would start. It's kind of really funny. It actually looks like the game is paused, even though it's not. What the fuck? Playing Dwarf Fortress is like playing D&D with yourself, without having to deal with Steven. God damn it, Steven. I actually knew a Steven who was an asshole to play D&D with, who kind of ruined, partially was one of the people who ruined D&D for me. Fuck Steven, goddamn. He's a nice guy. He's an architect these days. Pretty damn good one, as far as I know. The few times I've looked into what he's up to these days. So shout outs to Steven, but also, god damn it, Steven, you're an annoying 12-year-old. Actually, I'm not sure how old he was. He was annoying when I was a 12-year-old, put it that way. Steven was the kind of guy who would just be like, you'd be doing something fun and interesting, and he would just, like, ruin it by, like, refusing to leave or, like, sealing the door so that nobody could get into a thing and stuff like that. I think he was actually, like, a little bit older than us, and not by us, I mean me and the rest of that friend group, but, like, not older enough to, like, actually be justified in, like, being mean. And I don't think he did it willingly. I think he just had kind of a silly sense of humor. But I remember it being very annoying for me at the time. Stone Hollow, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Or stealing loot. Oh, yeah, no, he would also knock other players out and steal their stuff. Like all the and then refuse to give it back. Shit like that. Yep. He killed a quest giver once. Yeah, anyway. How do I get the goblins the current goblins currently living in World Gen Fort I unretired? They are listed as friendly, so they would eventually petition to join the fort. I don't know if they'll eventually petition to join the fort. I think they just eventually go insane. Pretty sure they just hang around and then go nuts eventually. I'm not actually positive on that one. We're in an ad break, so game's paused. What hardware am I using? A computer. Stone Hollow. A Ryzen 7800 X3D, 64 gigabytes of RAM, a GTX 3070, and I can't remember what fucking motherboard. Too many terabytes of hard disk and NVMe space. Hello, elephant of the casual variety. How is you? How you be? Strixa, thanks for the 10th month. Welcome back. Yippee indeed. Thanks for continuing to support the channel. Appreciate you. Am I going crazy? When did you get a check mark? Casual. Congrats. if that was recent. If it wasn't recent, then I feel dumb. Like 3 weeks ago? Well then, congrats! Your only sub on this platform is me? Thank you. Appreciate you. I don't know if they're... Stone, could you give me a shout out for Casual Elephant, please? Did you? Oh shit, no, I just super didn't see it, Kartouch. Thanks for yelling at me. You are absolutely allowed to redoom one. Redoom one? Redoom one, sure. Brewer, you wanted? I have a bearded brewer. You are in luck. I just super duper 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 didn't see it. Kartouch, the brewer. Smith Mystery is his last name. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is somewhat quarrelsome, is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is quite ambitious. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and tends to think before acting. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and doesn't seek out excitement, and especially after seeing Zalvi's dead body. Sorry, Zalvi. Has an active imagination. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything much anymore. Ever, really. There's only dumb questions in Dwarf Fortress, and none of them are dumb as fuck. Is there a great, item that is not a floor but wall, i.e. a ball wall? My goal is to block the canal you made of... Wait, what? I mean, there are grates. There are floor bars, and then there are grates. The difference between bars and grates is if you deconstruct a floor bar, it becomes a bar again. If you deconstruct a floor grate, it becomes a grate again. You can make grates out of wood, metal, or stone. Or glass? I think you can make them out of glass. But there's also bars. But I would just make grates. So you want to be able to drain water through it? Is that the question, Romulus? Because yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. I'm probably going to need to do something like that here, but... But you can also make wall grates, right? Because there are, to be more specific, there's floor grates and wall grates. This goes in a wall. But you don't need to construct a different item to make a wall grate. You just need to make a grate and then just put it in the wall. Basically, they can be installed horizontally or vertically. Is all that means. 1 second, I'll be right back. Just close the door to the bedroom here. No, pressure cannot break grates. Creatures can topple them, though. What have you been up to these days, Casual Elephant? Still just doing the Strimstram stuff? Or is there other things in the mix? For those of you who don't know Casual Elephant is one of my favorite tryhard streamers. By tryhard streamer, I mean there's more effects. He has more effects than I say words. It's all just make him that Elgato stream deck pay for itself. I'll put it that way. He's making that thing pay rent at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't sound casual to me. Well, I mean, the stream deck streams so that he doesn't have to. We've kind of transcended that goal at this point, Strixa. Poor Elk. Elgato deserves it. With the amount they charge for their products, they should pay rent. I've never seen a tryhard elephant, no. I feel like elephants are pretty chill vibes, guys, you know what I mean? Just trying to make this traversable. Except for the ones that boat murdered. True, those are pretty tryhard elephants, actually. Every now and again, Casual Elephant also streams Dwarf Fort, so if you bug him, maybe he'll stream more Dwarf Fort. Casual Elephant by day, tryhard streamer by night. There you go, yeah. You know, I've never actually ended up fighting against agitated elephants. I mean, I've had agitated giant rhinos before, which were pretty bad. Kind of glad I haven't had to deal with giant or elephants in general in an agitated format. Because, yeah, I feel like that would be pretty obnoxious. I'm basically going to have to channel this whole thing out if I actually do it the way I want to do it. Which means this is probably just going to be a sloppy, drippy mess for a while. What's the idea here? So I'm currently under siege, and they're giving me, what, it's 2 seasons? 2 full seasons to respond to their parlay. They've given me a parlay, and I'm just using it as an opportunity to dig the front door I've wanted to have since I started this fort. So I'm building a spiral ramp way into the fortress that then goes down over to this spiral ramp way that then goes to my railgun. That's the idea here. The problem is I need to go vertically through an aquifer, which I'm currently doing, so it's a little bit, you know, time-consuming. But we'll get there. It's not going to take too much longer. I'm most of the way there now. Because I'm going to need to remove all of the ceilings, amongst other things. No, I'm not making a weird well or whatever. I mean, I guess currently it is kind of a really ineffective well, but... Speaking of ineffective wells... Oopsies. Sure, you can train more elephants. I've got rhinos, and I'm waiting for them to make more rhinos so that I can make trained more rhinos. Speaking of rhinos, have they made more rhinos yet? They have made baby rhinos. Look at that. We've got baby rhinos. War elephants are fantastic, but they're also very, very micromanaging. The reason they're micromanaging is because you need to unassign them from their pastures to make them go do combat things. They're much more effective as off-map combat assistants than on-map combat assistants. I mean, that's what they're currently working... Well, I don't know exactly what they're currently working on, but Strixa, I'm presuming you've seen the roadmap for Dwarf, yeah? Because the next major series of patches is going to be working on, you know, basically that. You have? Okay, cool. Yeah, same with rhinos. Needing so much grass. These guys are going to take damage walking up and down this stairwell because it's just going to be a small creek. I really should have done this slower, but oh well. So grizzly bears do actually eat. Those creatures that don't appear to need food are actually eating. They just don't need you to give them food. They get food the same way dogs get food, which is they just eat the small animals that are everywhere. So like cave spiders is a small animal that's everywhere. Hamsters, rats, the rodents and other tiny critters that are processed by the game but not exposed to the player unless another creature discovers them. So as an example, if you have a bunch of like pigs and they're just standing around, there will just be like snails, beetles, same with chickens or birds or any other livestock that doesn't need to graze. Often you'll just see like tiny little bugs everywhere. The reason for that is they're eating them. They're constantly using their search for bug skill and consuming them. They're just everywhere all the time. So those bears are just subsisting off of rats, basically. Yeah, but they're not war trainable, though. I do really like training Drothlas, but they're not war trainable. Basically, bears are smart and don't need no help from no dwarf. Because, like, you know, if dwarves had to manually feed bears and stuff livestock, that'd be a lot of tasks, basically. You cannot speed up pup fungal growth. No, you just need a bigger pasture. I usually just about 10 by 10 tiles per large grazer is usually enough. That's an adult because they also trample them. So I just make a, like, if there's 15, I kind of need like, 150 by 150 tiles, which yes is huge, but it's also the reason I don't generally go with large grazers in large numbers for that purpose. That's not difficult in regards to the bear being smarter than the average dwarf. So this right here is going to be a raising drawbridge, but I want it to be the size of this. Oh, come on. Also, I just have to say real quick, thank you to everybody who's tuning in today, There's 220 people watching. We've had as many as like 280 today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. I have the coolest job in the world, and I only get to do it because you guys watch. So thanks for watching. And also to those of you who've seen the Gremlin vid, cheers. Don't forget to leave a comment on it, yeah? It has slowed down a little bit this afternoon, but like, it's still like my fastest growing video in a long time, so. Here's hoping it keeps up and doesn't slow because fingers crossed. I'd like to have another one of my bigger videos hit 100,000 views. Mostly for vanity reasons, but also like, it's good for channel growth, all that. Okay, so let's jump over here. Built that. The overlap between the smartest bear and the dumbest human is fairly big. We seem to have figured it out here. Bear-proof garbage disposal. Okay, so you... gonna connect to this sucker. Some very upset dwarves. It's too hot to think again. Back to Dwarf Fortress instead of studying. There you go. Haven't had the chance to watch it. You were going to watch it when I got home today, but you were streaming. Well, I mean, it'll be there this weekend, right? What Wub's name? I mean, I'll be live today and tomorrow. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I've got a bunch of stuff going on. This weekend is going to be really busy. I've got my parents visiting, for one thing. So it's going to be a very busy weekend for me. Hopefully I can get some work stuff done. That's too much water. Okay, so I guess what I'm going to do then is I'll just dig through here. We'll just let them in. Well, the funny thing about this is probably going to cause goblins to slip. That'll help slow it down a bit. Although, you know, actually, we'll just do this. Just don't go in the center, if at all possible. The center is where the majority of the flow is. That's going to push them backwards. It is a bit of a water slide, yeah. I'll sort this out. It'll be fine. See if they can work on this while stuff's getting smoothed. I mean, that's a 5-year-old, though. A small child gets a free pass on that, though. Okay, so they're gonna clear this out. They're also gonna clear this out. Just saw another dwarf fall. Yeah, you know, this also is probably pretty good for moods because they're all getting splashed by water, right? So they're all getting happy thoughts from this. At the very least, like it's not the worst. Who lost their socks and underwear in the water slide? Someone lost their socks and underwear in the water slide? I mean, there's trousers. Good question. Stormwolf, looks like. And Iden. And, nobody owns those socks. Coming out of it naked. It's just such a fast water slide that it just shreds your clothing on the way down. There's probably an anime about that. Yeah, that's a valid reason to have a busy weekend, Wubs. You open your fortress after a year off, and now I don't remember how to play this game anymore. It sounds like it's time to start a new fortress, my friend. Especially if it's been a year. There'll be all sorts of new things in the world if you generate a new world. Things dwarves can't get trenchfoot. Oh yeah, no, definitely. That is absolutely the truth. It's a good thing indeed. You like playing multiple fortresses in one world? Yeah, the person I'm responding to in YouTube chat though hasn't played the game in a year. So, like, the game has changed pretty consistently, pretty considerably, I guess, in the last 365 days. I mean, I find it hard to go back to a fortress after not playing it for a week. Like, just in regards to remembering everything that's happened and what I need to do. Okay, so this is already helping. The water's already slowed quite a bit. I mean, it's still got a ways to go. Okay, so I don't actually need to do these middle chunks, so I'm just going to erase these to speed this process up. It's just the walls that need to get done. Just the walls. Right side of Mike, thanks for the 39th month, and thanks for sticking around, dude. Chat, can I get a round of beers for right side of Mike? Well, I'll say this. Maybe dwarves get trench foot, but I would say these dwarves probably have pretty high quality shoes on. They're probably waterproof, you know? Or maybe dwarves are like hobbits, where they just have like fuzzy, like enough hair on their feet, fuzzy enough feet that it's kind of a natural protective layer against the water. And Keflin in YouTube chat, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. That's the first new member of, it's been a minute. I'd have to go look. I don't get a lot of YouTube members, so thanks. YouTube folks, you guys can hit that heart button a bit. And don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream, right? Appreciate you guys. No. I think the quality changes how often they... Oh, well, there you go. They've just been bundling up. They've been preparing a nice big gift package for you. Doing. Have high quality shoes, feet stayed right. Yep. Still lose. No, they probably took the socks off to go get newer socks. But it was just most likely just a dwarf that doesn't value material goods very much, so they don't care so much about, you know, acquiring said items. So are you like falling down due to water? Or am I? Yep. That's them falling down due to water. Only got a little bit. I mean, I could actually just straight up tell them to stop doing this. Uh-oh, shit, the siege is coming. Hold up. There's also turtles in the stairs. I guess they killed a rhino. Where are they? Pretty damn close, actually. That's sealed, so they can't come in that way. So I need this to be enabled. And let's drop down. Well, let's just leave that enabled for a little bit and watch the goblins come over here. Park's not ready. Well, it's ready as it'll ever be, you know? I haven't had an enemy siege this big in a minute that I can shoot minecarts at, so I'm excited. I'm actually quite excited about this. It's because you're violating production orders. So stop by. If you set up chains and cages in a dungeon first, then they will, like, potentially chain them up if the beating isn't, like, the demanded thing. But yeah, if you violate production orders, then you'll have to deal with all the violated production orders. Like, this dwarf is demanding togas. That's fine. I make more than 3 togas a season. So just queue up a seasonal repeating order for whatever thing that they're requesting.
Very, 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 very fast-going minecart that turns thing into red paste is what a minecart railgun is. I don't know if that's the name all of the community uses. That's just what I call them. As far as minecart weapons, there aren't various minecart weapons. Players have just invented various uses for minecarts that are exceptionally violent. I think saying that there's various minecart weapons is maybe a bit disingenuous. I don't know. Kiddo, can you please get inside? Like, go play 4 tiles that way. Maybe a little further that way. Maybe 5, 6, or 7 tiles even. Yes, they are attacking me with cave dragons, correct. Go inside. Please. 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 I need to close this door, sir, and I can't do it until you move inside. Did you just repeat the job? I swear to fucking Christ. 1 copper, more like soon-to-be dead copper. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Buddy. Kiddo. Duder. Mr. Yellowio, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub? Please and thank you. Maybe it'll also encourage this kid to go that way. Please. Pretty please. Cutie, please? Oh shit, ad break. Grumble. God damn it. I could have, in past forts, Clairvore, I've made, like, kid, what's it called? Burrows, so they can't, and then I just never unassign them from it until they're adults. That works pretty effectively, actually. Because once they're in there, they just don't leave the burrow. But I let them leave the burrow because, I don't know, I enjoy doing that, I guess. Besides, sometimes it's kind of funny when stuff like this happens. If I was too careful with managing them, I mean, then we wouldn't get this comedy, you know? You wish your dwarves would befriend titans? There are ways that can happen, it's just exceptionally rare. Brian. And by titans, I mean like giants. Ettins. That sort of thing. I'm just waiting for these ads to end here on Twitch. There's another 15 seconds. 12 seconds. 9 seconds. All right, kiddo, you have... until the goblins get to here. Actually, what's your name, kiddo? Corpse Man. It's about to become a corpse man. All right, let's see. Can I force you to pull a lever? No, I cannot assign a child's... Kids can pull levers, but I can't assign a kid to pull a lever. They are assigned to hauling specific items and cleaning, amongst other things. He's not in an allowed burrow right now, and he's assigned to the burrows, so
Technically, when he finishes this job, he should move into the burrow because he was outside of the burrow when he started doing this job, which is playing make-believe. So there is absolutely no reason why he should be standing here, and assigning kids to a different task isn't going to change his current mode of operation at all. That seems like a design flaw, though. Not being able to assign a kid to a lever. Well, there's the enemy army. I would say they're not, like, varied enough, the child labor laws. Sorry, Corpse Man, you're probably gonna die here. Oh, shit! Finally! Just in the nick of time. Proved you wrong, UGDPY. Alrighty, did the army turn around yet? They heard the gate shut, I think. Yep, they did. He's probably gonna go yell at a priest, actually, based on his current or his previous tasks. Close call. Yep, you did survive. You decided to walk in at the last moment. Yeah, see, no, the Forgotten Beast style ones, I'm okay with them not befriending them, Brian Burton, because they're basically just Forgotten Beasts. But like, when I say like Mega Beasts or Titans, I mean like that can happen with like Ettins, it can happen with Giants, it can happen with Cyclopses, those types of big critters. And those are the ones that dwarves can theoretically make friends with, which I'm totally cool with. I think that's fine. But it's very rare, and it only happens if they join a religion in adventure mode. Or not in adventure mode, in legends mode. I need my Marks dwarves to go equip their bolts. And I need my Marks dwarves to go stand here. No, the parlay timed out, so we're out of the parlay. But it's very close to blap time or splat time, maybe splat time. We'll call it splat time. I don't think no. I mean you can mark kids for hauling, right? I don't think you should have direct orders over the kids. Period. In fact, I think we already have too much control over the kids. But that's just me being a weird, surly old player who likes the way things were in some ways. What I would be okay with, this is just my opinion. You can disagree all you want. That's fine. What I would be okay with is just being able to assign them to a lever, because you can do that with an adult dwarf with that task. Why can't you assign a kid to a lever for that task? Minecart diplomacy, shall we say. Speaking of kids, they usually end up pulling these levers, so... I also need to wall this off. All right, who's the first lucky dwarf? Looks like Snail's gonna go do it. Snail gets to do the honors. Snail was one of the original 7 dwarves. This one will hit first, so we'll go to the one that'll hit first. Who's ready? Chat, if you guys want to see some goblins go splat, look up from your second monitor now, or your phone, or whatever you're looking at. Yeah, man. Incoming! Look at that. Excellent. Splat! Oh, that's great. Oh, at least one's dead. How many are dead? Looks like 1. 2 very heavily injured. 1 very well stunned. Another one unconscious. You're bleeding heavily. You're injured. And then did that rout the siege? Oh my god, did that? No, it didn't. Okay. Well, these guys are now turning around going, oh god, guys, there's a problem. Here comes the rest of the siege. Here comes another minecart. I'm not even sure what fired that one so late, but... All right, once, right about now, that's good. Oh, I did fire the first two. Cool. Let's pull the third one. Okay, now we got another kid coming. We'll pull another one right after. Here we go. So this just flies through. Oh shit, we hit the cave dragon. Man, look at those streaks. That is great. How bad? Oh wow, that's actually pretty effective on the cave dragon. I was worried that the big creatures would just stop it, but no. It like went straight through them. Make overtime writing API endpoints bearable. I'm happy to help. Yeah, basically like it hits everything in a line. This one's experiencing mortal fear. I'm not too surprised. Like the actual body count this thing gets is not brilliant, but another one's gonna come flying in a second. I could just pause, actually. That should be this one. Let's just run this one in real time. That's not going to get old anytime soon. Oh shit, may have timed this one kind of badly. Shit. Because they need to go in order. Otherwise they'll misfire. But be a little dangerous. Yeah, okay, so the dwarves should be able to go collect these and place them. We'll see. Please don't trip yourself with it. Oh my god. Okay, nobody's been hurt yet. Okay, so far so good. Wow, that is a lot of blood. Okay, so that one's all done. Last one. Who's coming to get it? Ah, here it comes. We'll follow this one. Oh no, they do absolutely push the cave dragon, yeah. They've almost killed the cave dragon. My mark dwarves haven't even had to start shooting yet. In fact, I don't see the cave dragon. Cave dragon may be dead. Okay, well this one was very uninteresting. It's just continuing to shove them. The ones with the blue arrows are in midair, so they're either getting knocked backwards by goblins colliding with them or the minecart colliding with them. Oh, no. Okay, so they haven't killed it, but... Yeah, no, it absolutely does quite considerable damage to him. Like, that is a very softened up enemy siege, if nothing else, which is all that we really need. So now the mark dwarves are going to get the opportunity to shoot. I'm going to line the soldiers up down, maybe a little further back, down here. So the mark dwarves should start shooting once they see them. See, there they go. Nice streak, Desokan. Mark's dwarves are much better at just like disarming and softening enemies than actually killing them. So this is going to be a pretty big test run of my soldiers. I think I will send my main squads up to here, so that my Mark's dwarves don't have to risk taking hits from them. They definitely saw the enemies. Looks like the Mark's dwarves have gone to go reload. All right, wish us luck. That's a weird place to stand there, Dwarf. I guess I didn't really think about that. Deucim the Mace Dwarf is the first one to charge in. Fighting around the corners pretty effectively. We've got at least one Martial Trance, which is Unib here, who I will follow. Keep their combat line up here. Dwarves are now getting tired, but they're fighting through that first line, putting down the Cave Dragon pretty handedly. No casualties just yet, but the dwarves are getting a little bit tired. As long as they get small breaks between the fighting, they'll be able to recover some of that energy. My Mark's dwarves don't have the best spot for really fighting. This was kind of a set up last minute kind of situation. Let's see, where are you standing currently? Let's tell them to just go stand here. I could tell them to patrol back and forth, actually. That might be a better way to do it. And Desokan, thanks for the 10th month. Welcome back, dude. I was kind of thinking about making a grinder pit, but the thing I don't like about making grinder pits is any enemy can destroy minecart tracks. I think they can also destroy engraved tracks, and I find that really annoying to deal with. So I don't really want to deal with that just as a mechanic, really. That's not a very smart place for you to stand there, but I respect the enthusiasm. Bruggen. Bruggen here is just shooting bolts straight forward. All right, let's just send in the military. The dwarves have had the chance to recover some exhaustion, I presume, and regroup a little bit. One of my fisher dwarfs was found dead. Oh, well, we finally discovered the location of that dwarf who drowned. Dwarves are continuing to force their way through the wall. This is my most successful militia dwarf currently, who's done quite well for themselves, as you can see. Continuing to force their way through the incoming goblin hordes, and it appears that the goblins have actually surrendered. But it's a bit late, because the dwarves are finishing off the last of the very wounded beak dogs. All the way down. These are, the ones that are left are mostly the ones that got, like, mutilated by the minecarts, but not killed by the minecarts. Oof. That's pretty brutal, actually. Oh, the siege is more than broken right now, trust me. I think what I should do is maybe just forbid everything in here for a little bit. Seal this side off and wait for the bodies to rot. Because I think these soldiers have earned a break. And I don't see any of them really exiting the way they came. Only a few of them are still haven't made it out yet. Oh, actually, never mind. Let's just send the soldiers to right here, because God knows actually how they're trying to exit. Because it appears currently that they actually can't. No, they can. They're just taking their sweet time, I guess. But I think we'll lock this door. Open the gold gate up top. Right here. Let the dwarves out this way. And we'll just, like, deprioritize them reloading everything for a little bit. At least until the dwarves have had a chance to get some respite. Because, personally, I think they've earned it here. Uh-oh. Apparently Ice Blue drowned. No idea how that happened. Same with Crane the Happy. Oh, I see. Crane the Happy died in the siege. Rest in peace, dude. You're a good dwarf. I'll make you a statue. Not so happy anymore, unfortunately, but... So I will enable this burrow, but go down to here and just forbid everything down in here for right now. Is what I'm going to do. I will unforbid everything up here, though. Long time no see, Zapdos. How you been? I'm glad that after all this time, the bit's still going. Speaking of the bit, I have a large bird that needs to be ate. It's currently right here. Now, I could let it out this way. And it would get caught in that cage trap, but it's a little far. So what I think I'm going to do... is just dig right here. Just put a cage trap like right there. Is what I'll do. Wait, Pony One, what's up, dude? Thanks for the 36th month. Welcome back. Also, for whatever it's worth, if all the zooming around right now is confusing you guys, it's actually kind of confusing me too, currently. No, the carts are loaded with nothing. It's literally just gold carts. Loading them with boulders wouldn't actually be that effective if you're just trying to make them heavier. You'd want to load them with, like, platinum statues or something. And if you want to use effective ammunition, you want to load them with weapons or something, but... Let's see, is somebody putting item in tomb? Actually, that's not really how I want to do that. I want to do that like this. Remove this. And then go up to here. And put a door there. Which I could probably already put there. It's not considered a wall right now. I hope the day is good and the adventure's pleasing. I would say so. Chat, have the adventure's been pleasing so far today? I just got to shoot a lot of minecarts at an enemy, and it was fun. We won, and they got turned into red streaks on the floor, and it was entertaining. As you can see by these red streaks. And all the forbidden minecarts at the end of it. I think they do. I just haven't really messed around enough yet to check. So that's kind of the next thing I want to try. The problem with doing that, though, is it will exponentially increase the amount of mess I have to clean up. And also exponentially increase the amount of time it will take to reload the thing. So I'm a little iffy to do that. But simple version is, as far as I know, it does in fact have the effect that you want it to have. Shaku. You know, actually, I'm just gonna straight up take these squads off duty for a little bit. Go up to here. Take them off training, go over here. Take them off this. You guys can follow. Remember to leave a like on the YouTube stream. You guys can follow YouTube on his endeavors for a minute while I go take a restroom break.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
Also had a good stretch. I needed that stretch badly.
It's a unit system. I know this.
The reason you don't get diplomacy options with elves or other factions is because you only get diplomacy options if you have a baron. This is one of the reasons I wish less people would use DF hack until they understand how more of the mechanics work. That was a comment from YouTube chat. Because like people presume the game is broken and that DF hack will fix it for them, when in reality it's just well, unfortunately you just need to know a little bit more about how the game works. Because that will get you much further than presuming DF hack will fix the problem that you're facing. And we're getting another artifact. I'm gonna put some smaller tombs into here. Yes, that's also true, Vakrock. It's like, yeah, if you want to get diplomats from elves and humans, you need a baron. That's the prerequisite requirement for that. This is becoming quite the tomb field, let me tell you. Apparently minecarts can fit 12 minecarts. Yep, This is true. Because it's based, well, it's based on weight is the amount of stuff they can fit. So I don't know if that's taking material into account there, but it's based on weight for what they can fit. That or it's based on item size. But for some reason, I'm convinced it's based on weight. I don't know. I know you can fit 156, like, stacks of coins. Which is fun. But I'm not going to do coins because that's way too much fucking cleanup. Because it splits the stacks of coins, which is colossal mess. A truly colossal mess. All right. Well, we're getting more stuff put away. It's gonna take a little bit, but burger for lunch was so worth it. What kind of burger? Well, at the very least, this seems to have hit the limit. Trying to get caught up on chat here because I've definitely missed things. I mean, the amount of platinum you need to put into a minecart is ridiculous. An obsidian crown. Bruggen the animal caretaker has created Ritholdeleth, an obsidian crown, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. That's pretty badass looking. This is an obsidian crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of cave spider silk and trillion-cut sardonyxes. This object menaces with spikes of obsidian and sardonyx. On the item is an image of Nick Playfishes, the human, and Bach's Sinful Dance, the human, in tower cap. Bach's Sinful Dance is striking down Nak. The artwork relates to the killing of the human, doomed one, Knock, by Bach's Sinful Dance in Muffin Trance in the Righteous Step in the Mid-Spring of 281. Sorry. During the Crazy Onslaught, on the item is an image of Kedis, the human, and a dwarf named and a dwarf in Bismuth. The dwarf is striking down Kedis. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Kedis by a dwarf in the early spring of 215 during the Siege of Murders. Nice naming there. The item is an image of a parakeet in iron. Well, the word muffin exists. You experienced a muffin trance once? Was it a magic muffin filled with fun ingredients? That's what happens when somebody puts mushrooms in the muffins and don't tell nobody. You go into a muffin trance. Just wanted to say that you learned the game out of your old tutorials. Well, happy to help, dude. That's your most played game? How many hours, if I can ask Sam? Then you don't have a good enough... No, I'm just rambling. I'm not saying that you're saying something's a bug, Brian. You need to realize that I read a thing somebody says and it puts me on a tangent and then I ramble. They don't okay, number one, they don't always send a diplomat. Number two, they'll only send it if you have a barony actively. Number three, if your reputation with that faction, which is not always your own doing, is too low, they won't send one. So, also, can you even trade, like, make specific demands with elves? I don't think you can. I could be mistaken here, but I don't... Because, like, they do send diplomats, but I don't think you have the ability to make specific requests of elves. You just buy the thing you want them to bring more of. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you trade. Like, when you know how when you trade somebody, trade with somebody, and they send a diplomat, and then you get to request specific materials. I don't think that's an option with elves, like, at all. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with making specific requests. I mean, if you're using DF hack, then you're literally hacking the game into doing what you want it to do. But I could check the wiki, but I'm pretty sure that, like, that's not a vanilla thing. I could be completely off base here, but... What's up, Robert? What the heck is a railgun? Does anybody have a Twitch clip of the railgun? Somebody in YouTube chat is asking. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Simply put, minecart go really fast and then go smack and turn baddie into pancake. That's what a railgun is. That's why you're hoping it's a beta update? I'm pretty sure it's not a beta update because the beta right now is literally just the, what's it called? I'm trying to think of like it's like situations where that could happen. The only thing I can really think of off the top of my head, I'm mostly bullshitting here with a lot of presumptions. Maybe elves under human control could do that? Or dwarven control? But I kind of doubt it. But it's not a beta update, I can tell you that much. Lua, Bua, C++, C-, C#, Rust. I don't know, they're all the same to me. Modding nonsense update. I don't program, hi. I know HTML3 a little bit. I learned it in high school. Header. I know a little bit more than that. I know some Python, but yeah. I was just blanking the name of it. Thank you, Lua. Turn baddie into patty. You know what? We'll go with that. I like that, Donnie Lee Roth in YouTube chat. Railgun, turn baddie into patty. So for that crown, I think I'm going to give that... Yeah, we'll just leave it with the mayor. Let the mayor have it. Delay is kind of unfair in that regard. UGDPY. But yeah, I also wouldn't be playing. I would advise against playing on the beta branches right now. Unless specifically you're messing with Lua. But that's just a side note. Unless you're like messing around with Lua modding stuff. I really need to check Lua, but the functionalities now are not really interesting. Yeah, I mean it's pretty bare bones right now, but it's, you know, it's the beginning of a new era, right? I keep seeing reflections on my water bottle and thinking that there's a bug on my water bottle, and it's startling me. And it's literally me moving on my desk, but I keep seeing my own reflection and it keeps scaring me.